on go, and as soon as I see your DM notification pop up, I'll
I'm
start.
gonna count down from 5. You just time it. All right. Ready?
Okay.
Is that good?
Sure.
Ready? 5, 4, 3.
All right, and welcome, Sonic Speedrun community, to the much-awaited Sonic Shuffle Run. I am very excited and honored to be here with two of the greatest shufflers to ever shuffle the deck. Here with Scotto, the current world record holder of the game and the greatest shuffle player ever, commentated by GH Shuffle, the second greatest shuffle player ever, and Netplay champion, your local stream monster. You guys are going to have such a great time with this shuffle run. How are y'all feeling going into the run?
I'm feeling fine. I feel like I'm ready to shuffle right now.
Go, boy! I love Sonic Shuffle. This game is fantastic. I am excited to be here. I cannot wait to show y'all how good Scott is at this game. I hate him, actually, because he cheats so much in our netplay games, because we play online frequently, and it is a pain. It is a pain in the butt beating this dude. I beat this dude like twice, and we've been playing for months now. I hate it. But he's still great, so y'all gonna have a fantastic time tonight watching him spin cheat through Sonic Shuffle.
Yeah, this
All
game
right,
goes really deep with strategy. You have no idea.
I'm excited to see it. I will be letting y'all take it away. Don't be sure to, get some donations in for Able Gamers, and let's see some awesome shuffling.
So starting out here, I'm in the character select. Before we get the run going, I'm going to be picking Sonic for my character. There's a few reasons for that. The main one is Sonic Spin Dash is really strong. And not only that, but the AI sucks at using it. So it really helps to pick Sonic so that you don't have the AI being a liability. I'm going to be
Not
playing
only that,
on normal CPUs because they play pretty well, but not too well.
not only is Sonic Spin Dash really good, he's just generally a pretty entertaining character to watch when it comes to Sonic Shuffle. Every character in this game actually has unique abilities when it comes to moving around the map, and Sonic's ability is for him to double the amount of spaces he can move under certain conditions. So, because Scott mentioned earlier that this is a really deep game, and this is part of the reason why, because you have to really think ahead when using Sonic, and always keep the cards that you've used in the back of your mind in order to really make good use of his movement ability.
So yeah, with all that background out of the way, it's about time to start the run. The time will start when I hit yes. So we'll start in 3, 2, 1, go. And now for a whole minute of load screens, because this is the Dreamcast.
Yeah, unfortunately, the load speeds for Sonic Shuffle in particular are actually pretty notorious. Load speeds and AI shenanigans are like two of the main reasons why people have a pretty poor impression of this game. When we usually play online, we usually play through other means, but so we don't actually have to deal with it. But tonight, I hope y'all have some popcorn, because you'll be able to see that black screen a lot and really enjoy
Yo,
it.
it's Emerald Coast. It finally showed up.
Dang, how long was that loading for?
I mean, we don't see the cards until about a minute into the run.
Oh my god. That is... Oh my god, it's... Okay, see, I don't actually play on hardware anymore because I got sick and tired of the load screens, and it has been so long since I've played it, I legitimately forgot how long some of these load screens can be.
Alright, so starting out with Sonic, I want to have a 4 and a 6, which I do perfect. I'm going to use the 6 first because the AI likes to use 6s.
One thing I'd like to note is because we're playing story mode, we are missing out on 3 mini-games. When you're playing in versus mode for Sonic Shuffle, before the game actually starts, all players will participate in a minigame to determine the turn order, but since we're story mode, he'll always be in the first slot no matter what.
Yeah. So now, I have my 4 ready to go. I'm going to fight the first Precious Stone. These are the main goal, is to collect these as fast as possible in the speedrun. And they're also important to win the game. For every Precious Stone you have at the end of the game, you get 1 emblem. And in order to progress through story mode, you have to win the game. That's really important.
Winning the game specifically is having the most amount of emblems. So if every precious stone gives you 1 emblem, having the most amount of precious stones typically is the way to win the game. That being said, every board has bonus emblems that you can get that can help you win as well. So even if you see Scott not going for the most amount of precious stones to still win in the end, that is the reason why.
Yeah, so there's extra emblems for a board quest, which is different on every map. The one on this map we usually don't go for. There's an emblem for getting the most rings at the end of the game, and there's an emblem for winning the final minigame at the very end.
There is a 4th bonus emblem, but that is not in story mode. It's only exclusive to versus mode.
Okay, so the AI is going up right now. That tells me the next stone is just right up at the top right corner, which is probably the closest location you can get. And the AI stole my 5. Wonderful.
You weren't shuffling enough, man. The thing about the AI and taking cards is a lot of people really don't know. The way that it basically works with the AI knowing your cards is that they do know your cards, but they only know the initial positioning of your cards. So if you have cards 1, 2, 3, and 4, they know that. Wow, that's a really low % chance at the start. Okay.
Yeah, so that's the accident. These just force you to randomly play a minigame. And so this is going to take about 2 minutes between the game itself and all the load screens.
For speedruns, it's best to avoid minigames as much as possible. Minigames and mini-events and battles, because not only going through load speeds, but winning minigames doesn't really do much for you most of the time, aside from getting you rings. But the speedrun strategies don't really use rings for like buying items or anything along those lines. So it's just like kind of sort of useless baggage. A really good Sonic Shuffle speedrun basically sees no minigames at all, which kind of feels, like against the spirit of a party board game, but alas, you know how speedruns are. You know how speedruns transform games into monsters of their former selves.
Yeah. And there are a couple instances where using the shop is good. So, like on this map, there is a shop which has a lose quartz, which will turn every single space into a lose ring space. And that just means you're not going to get any of the minigames or events or battles.
Yeah. In his world record run of Sonic Shuffle, Scott goes out of his way for items in order to transform the board specifically for what he just mentioned, so that he can get through everything as fast as possible.
Yeah, I mainly do it on Riot Train, the 4th map in the run, because there is a shop right near the beginning where you can buy a ring idiom for just 30 rings, and that does essentially the same thing for the speedrun as a lose quartz.
A ring idiom transforms all the spaces into blue ring spaces, and a lose quartz transforms everything into red ring spaces for a certain amount of turns. The items are a pretty integral part of Sonic Shuffle in general, even more than like other party board games like Dokapon Kingdom or Itadeki Street or even Mario Party. Items in this game are all preset, as in every time you go to one particular shop, the items will always be the same. There's no RNG or randomness to the shops, so you can heavily plan around items depending on the situation.
Okay, so Knuckles just used his own S there, and failed it completely, but that tells me that Knuckles' hand is safe to take from, and so is Amy's. So Amy might just get the second Precious Stone here.
One thing about planning out routes in Sonic Shuffle, especially on the more random boards, is having an understanding of how the AI moves, and then also the probability of... Ooh, wow. So the Eggman card is an automatic lose in battle, just as you can tell. But yeah, every stone have preset locations and where they respawn, and as the game goes on, it gets easier to tell where one stone will show up. So understanding the probabilities of where stones can show up and keeping an eye on where they have shown up is the key to being able to get through the board as fast as possible.
This is light mode. Once everyone has landed on lose ring spaces a collective 10 times, Eggman will show up and make it so you lose less rings on red spaces and gain more rings on blue spaces.
Now,
That's
the
just
thing
a thing
is,
that happens. It's not really something you can avoid.
right. It's not random, so you can. That's also something you can plan around. But typically, it's really detrimental to try to avoid it for as long as possible. So you just kind of take it when it comes.
Alright, Tails got the stone finally.
For those that have never played Sonic Shuffle before, the way that battles work is that the enemies will spawn with a card. That card is their HP, and what you're supposed to do is use one of your cards or one of the other player's cards to essentially land a number on a spinning card roulette that is equal to or greater than the monster's HP in order to win.
Alright, now Eggman's gonna drop his 16-ton weight. It always lands on the player farthest away physically in distance from the Precious Stone. So that's obviously Knuckles in this case.
I might feel kind of cheap to bully the person who's the furthest away from the stone, but the reason is because the person who's furthest away from the recently collected stone is usually in a pretty good position to get the next stone.
Although in this case that might not necessarily be true, because there's a lot of stone locations in the bottom right, and there's a spring right here that will help you get there.
And that little black hole looking space that just showed up, that is called the void space. Landing on that, you can pay 50 rings to try to steal a stone from somebody else. They stay around until a stone has been collected, so you can use it as much as you want until the next stone is collected. And the reason why it's important to take note of that for speedruns is sometimes the AI becomes compelled to go straight for the void space to steal stones, and that can kill a run in some situations.
Luckily the void space is way out of the way, so that's not gonna happen. So here we're in Gargantua. This is a minigame where, this is a 1v3 minigame where one player becomes huge and tries to stomp everyone else. And the three players have guitars or whatever that they can use to shoot at the big player. And so, if Amy manages to get Tails here, well, I might just die on my own. And hope that Amy gets Tails so that the minigame ends just a little bit sooner.
Alright, since most minigames don't give anything but rings, typically for speedruns you might want to end it as fast as possible. And something about a Sonic character getting really, really big and stepping on you just doesn't seem right. The jokes write themselves.
Okay, there's only 1s and 2s left, so... like, my spin dash is gonna go 4. That would land me on either a minigame or a battle going to where I want to go. So I would rather do a battle and guarantee that I can win. Because battles aren't necessarily that bad, even though they take such a long time. The Force Jewels you can get from them have a very varied application, but if you get lucky, you can get something really good that'll save you a ton of time later.
So as you saw, he got a 2 to match the monster's HP, and that got him a critical. Whenever you match the monster's HP, you get a critical, and in story mode that gives you 2 items instead of 1. So by getting into battles and making sure that you always get the critical, you heavily increase your chance of getting useful items. And
those are some pretty solid items. Like, not amazing, but Speed Herald and Reduce Sight are definitely good, safe items to have.
Yeah, what the Speed Herald does is that it lets you use 2 items or 2 cards at once, either in battle or on the maps. So as you can imagine, using it on the map means that you can go pretty far. And particularly with Sonic, if you get the same value, movement value, 2 rows in a row, the second movement value becomes doubled, and that works with the Speed Herald. And with the Reduce Sight, it reduces his space on the spinner, which is used for messing with other players. So now he can make it so that it's harder for him to be messed with by the computers, which can actually save his run in some crucial situations.
Yeah, so right now I think I'm 4 away from the spring, and I have a 4 right here, which is nice. And now I'm actually finally going to see where it is. It's the spot above the turtle. And I have just used a 4, which means my next spin dash is going to be 8. And I'm just looking at the map right now. I'm exactly 8 spaces away from the stone if the turtle is up.
So we've got our first instance of high time-saving RNG going on right now.
Oh no, Knuckles, why do you do that? Now I'm going to have to use my S as a 4. I'm gonna have to use my S as a 4 and go for the 3-on-3 in battle. If the turtle's up, the turtle still needs to be up.
Yeah, you'll be alright. You'll be alright. You usually get the good luck for this.
As long as no one steals my S, right?
Yeah, you just gotta mash. You gotta mash really hard, man. Don't let him take your joint.
8 spaces. That means the turtle's up. Turtle's up for me. Get the 4.
And here we get to see our first spin dash of the game. And this movement ability is why Sonic is an incredibly strong character. But if you don't always keep your last card in mind or last movement number in mind, you can end up inadvertently activating on an accident and overshooting where you want to go.
And I just hit that 3-on-3. That's actually one of the harder battles to do, is a 3-on-3, because the 3, when it spins before the A prompt shows up, it spins through 2 cycles, which makes it a little bit harder to keep track of. So like it goes 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and then the A prompt shows up. And the A prompt is when you know you're able to press A to actually, finish the battle. So having to wait through 2 cycles of that it's easy for it to throw you off.
Knuckles again. That's what you get. Getting the crit when you are using a low number can be kind of hard in a speedrun, because normally if you're playing kind of casually, you can just let the card rotate over and over until you're more confident in pressing the button, but you don't really have that luxury unless you want to waste time.
Okay, they're all pretty far, which makes me think that we got the bottom left location. Yeah, that's what we got. I'm gonna go up. Actually,
what is this luck?
I'm gonna go down, because the turtle's right there, and I can stand on the turtle, and that's pretty fast. Don't have to wait through any ring animations or anything. Knuckles, why do you gotta do that?
That's because computers are programmed to make the largest moves possible in order to get to the stone as fast as possible.
Psychic Sonic, though. This could be huge rings.
Best minigame in the game. Easy.
This has some of the highest potential ring output of any minigame. If you play perfectly, you can get about 100 and something rings.
165 rings. 165 rings is the perfect amount. Without guessing. So the way Psychic Sonic works is that the card will rotate through all 4 face buttons, and as it rotates 1 cycle, 2 cycle, 3 cycles, the letter you're supposed to press becomes more visible.
A and Y are pretty hard to tell apart, so I waited there a little bit to make sure it was Y.
Yeah, each letter has some sort of visual tell that helps you determine which button to press pretty quickly, but unless you actually know what to look for or you have plenty of experience with this game, a lot of people just end up guessing and losing rings just like that. And also, failing to keep your combo going resets the combo. So you could have had a lot more rings just now.
Yeah, so I could have gotten 60 more rings, but instead I lost 5 and gained 5. So I get 105.
Which is not bad, so it's not like, it's anything to cry about.
Yeah, this is
still
still good.
165 rings feels good.
So now what I'm thinking in my head is I'm going to the Precious Stone, it's above me, or I'm going to be looping around down to the left and then up to get to it. And after I do that, I'll probably want to keep going up to the spring. Oh, that's Eggman 12. That's not very good, but I only have 1 card. So what that does is it makes all my cards Eggmans. But I only had a 1. Just a single lowly 1 in my hand. So hopefully the AI will just ignore it.
Yeah, the Eggman 12 can be a huge time waster, because as you can see, you gotta go through the laughing and the spinning and all that nonsense. Oh, nice!
Picking like an AI, going Eggman and then S. Okay, so what I was saying before is I'm thinking of looping around to the left and then continuing to go up. And what that means is that I can take the spring to the bottom right, and that has the shop with the loose quartz. Now that I have 141 rings, I could buy 3 of them. which is going to save a ton of time on not getting mini-games like Knuckles just did again.
For the second time.
And it's Sonic cooking. That's like the worst.
This is a huge time waster in a game. Now, the way Sonic Cooking works is basically it's a 1-on-3, and Knuckles is the one. He's the solo character. He wants to get the trio into the fire as much as possible to make them lose rings, and then he wants to shuffle the rings off of the frying pan into the fire to collect them. So, as long as the rings keep falling out of the pan, he'll collect rings, and then what he can do is he can turn up the fire all the way to do like a super special move, which will just drain all the trio's characters out of their rings. And then you can also do a specific input on the analog stick to flip the pan just like that, which can.
You almost got me, but I'm good.
Yeah. I mean, you got plenty of rings, man. You balling right now. I don't think you really got to worry about losing like 5 rings. Like, come on now. You are the 1%.
Well, I
Then
still want
again,
to
you
keep
wouldn't.
them.
You wouldn't be rich if you weren't penny pinching, right?
I mean, if I save up enough, I could buy 4 loose quartzes instead.
Yeah, you're right. That would save even more time. Because loose quartz is active for, what was it, 5 turns? Or 4
I think
turns?
it's 4.
Yeah, so 4 turns, as in everyone goes once 4 times. You can see that over the course of the game, how much time that can save, because you're already noticing how much time we're losing from mini games and battles and stuff like that.
Oh, no. Okay, hopefully Amy doesn't get Eggman 12. If it chains, it is really bad. But no, she gets Eggman 3. She's gonna swap probably with me.
Yeah, and that's gonna put
Oh,
a dent.
she got Tails. Okay. I probably
The
should have
AI.
used my Reducite by now. This is a good reminder.
The AI is actually pretty good at picking the player who's in the lead and or human players when it comes to targeting on the spinner. The spinner is not really random. The only thing that's random about the spinner, to my knowledge, is the sliding portion after you press the button. So you press the button and it slides a little bit. That slide length is actually random.
Yeah, usually when you press A, it'll go around 1 full rotation. But it can vary. It can be a little bit less than a full rotation or a little bit more, depending on exactly what frame you press A.
Now, as you can see, Scott's position on the spinner has shrunk. And the thing that is incredibly strong about the Reducite and its counterpart, the Magnifier, is that the change of size on the spinner is permanent, as in it'll stay there until an item such as the Reducite or the Magnifier changes it.
Alright, we're coming up on the end of the hand. Amy just went for a mini event, that's unfortunate.
Mini events are just like pure RNG. Like there's no tactics, there's no strategy. You just pick a god and pray, and you just hope you don't get screwed over like I do every time I fight this dude.
Yeah, so this is the French movie where Eggman bumps into you. Sometimes nothing happens, sometimes he takes your rings, and sometimes you get rings from under the bench. And this time nothing happened.
There's also times where he gives you items as well.
So we're coming up on the end of the hand. There's only a 1 left. So I'm going to use my speed roll because I'm 3 away. I'm going to hope that my hand has a 2. And if it doesn't, I'm going to pick from someone else's hand. And if I don't get a 2, I'm going to reset. Actually, never mind. I still have the Eggman going, so I'm just going to relax for a bit.
So, by reset, he means resetting back to the title screen with a soft reset. And the reason why he would do this is because at the start of every player turn, specifically his turn, the game saves. Story mode has a save feature, so what he would have done is he would have just simply reloaded his save file, and then it would have started from the latest turn where he started.
Yeah, but since I still have all Eggmans, I'm just going to wait for that to go away. Which it has just now, and I have a 1 in my hand, which is perfect.
Ooh, that's actually a really good hand. You got 2 6s? Was it 3 6s or 2 6s?
I have 2 6s, 2 5s, a 2, and an S.
Oh yeah, that's a really good hand. You can get some really good spin dash.
Yeah. I'm gonna use my 5. And I just failed the battle. That's awesome.
Oh.
I'm gonna do the reset here.
Big oof.
because wasting a turn is not worth it. It is never worth it to waste a turn.
Yeah, and even with the ridiculously long load times for Sonic Shuffle on actual real hardware, situations like that, it's still a time save, or rather, you minimize the time loss by just simply going through the reset and dealing with the load times. But it is what it is. It happens sometimes, but I'm honestly surprised to see you miss that, dude. You never miss those crits. What happened? You had a 5-2, man. You could have played it safe. Try to save those 5 frames.
Thought the 3 had already passed, but it was right there. So I gotta scroll all the way over to the 1 again.
If you're playing on Flycast, you could just load it to save state, right?
If only. Imagine save states being allowed in speedruns.
Oh my god.
Boo.
That's the only emulator that we can use to play online with, man. I don't know what you're talking about. It's better than freaking, what's that thing called?
Redream?
Crap.
GD?
Yeah, it's better than Redream. Oh my god, it's so much better than Redream.
Yeah, Flycast is the only emulator we allow to. Well, you use Flycast Dojo though for online, right? That's different.
Yeah, we use Flycast Dojo. Specifically the version that allows for 4 players, because if you're familiar with Dojo, it's normally only 2 players. Because it's made for fighting game. But don't worry, Sonic Shuffle is a fighting game. It's got neutral, it's got Oki, it's got tech chasing, it's got all that stuff.
Okay, so the void space is right there. That's a stone location that hasn't been used yet, which means there's only one place where the stone can be. And that is the top left corner.
Mm-hmm. So you can just spin dash your way there. And so
The AI is just stealing from my hand relentlessly right now.
Yeah, it's nuts. The stone spawn locations have basically been down the road for you this whole entire time. So
Luckily I didn't drown there. If all of my cards were stolen and I ended up having to drown, that would be really bad, actually.
Mm-hmm. Now you're gonna use the 6 to get the spin dash so you can get closer to the stone? Oh, Amy might get it though. Before you.
I am gonna use the 6.
But you're probably gonna go for...
Oh, actually I went S. I'm just going to go to the title screen and roll for a 6 again. Because I didn't realize that would be a minigame. I do not want a minigame.
Where are you going? You're still going up, so I was actually really surprised. I thought you were gonna go towards either the ship or go towards the final stone. See, here's the thing about Sonic Shuffle stone locations. One really important rule is that the first stone and the last stone will always be in the same location, as in the preset. So if you know you're not going to get the second to last stone, no matter which board you're playing on, you can just start making your way towards the last stone preemptively. And while you might get hit with the 16 tons, you'll be in a pretty good position to get the last stone and make your win a lot easier. Oh, are you going for the spring?
I'm gonna go right next to the stone. Amy might not kill it, is what I'm thinking.
Oh, you're gambling on that. Okay. Are there any S's left? Because she gets an auto 5 with an S.
There is one S left.
Ooh, yeah, this is a gamble.
And if she does manage to kill it, I'm just gonna take the spring, and like I said before, that'll take me right next to the shop with the loose quartz.
Okay, fair enough. So then that means you're gonna abandon the stone after this one, specifically for the loose quartz to help speed up the collection.
Yeah, because Knuckles is right there. Hopefully he stays there.
I mean, he's been staying in places, just been getting really annoying mini games and shit.
Alright, well there goes the last S. So Amy's gonna have to pick one of the remaining 5s. I think there's still a couple.
Let's see, there's 2 5s left.
Yeah, see, they went for all the 5s in my hand, but none of the other 5s in the game.
That's because you're a player. It's quite simple. the AI really does have a bias against the players.
Knuckles gets a
especially
1 Force March and a Swap Jewel.
ooh, that's Swap Jewel.
Amy gets
That's
a
gonna be
3.
funny. Will she get the 5? There's a pretty good chance she'll get the 5.
She might go for the Eggman though. And if she does,
True.
then I am not going for the stone.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh! So the reason, the reason why computer picked the Eggman card instead of another card is because to the computer, it cannot tell the difference between an S card and an Eggman card. They're programmed to appear as the same card. So while she might have wanted an S card to get an easy win, she unfortunately got the Eggman card.
And I picked a 2, which means I have to go into a battle. Just a
Now, see,
regular battle.
This is one of the more rough parts about Sonic Shuffle, is that when you run out of the cards and you start having to use other players' cards, it can be challenging making sure that your run doesn't die, because while you have the discard pile on the right side of the cards to let you know what cards have been used, so you can use probability to figure out what cards to try to aim for, ultimately it's still a form of like guessing, and you might just end up picking a card that can cause like a sort of ripple effect and hurt your run down the line.
Alright, Amy has only 1 big card to choose, and that won't get her to the stone, so I guess I'll have to get it. As long as I have a 3 and a 5. And I don't have a 2, which means I can't guaranteed go to the spring next turn unless I use my S.
Yeah, probably would be the safe bet to use your S.
But now I'm looking at the map. The shop is 2 spaces away from where I would land with this spring. So that's gonna be an annoying spin dash situation.
Yeah, you're gonna waste time regardless, so you've kind of been pushed in a position where you can't move the way that you want to. And that's kind of the curse of Sonic, because he would like to have used 2 2s in a row, but he can't, because his movement ability is always activated whenever the conditions are fulfilled.
But
You
also,
can't
I
manually
only have
pick and
1
choose.
2.
That too.
Or- Yeah, I only have the S, which I can use as a 2.
We're saying 2 a lot.
At this point, I might just steal from someone else's hand.
Has Knuckles gotten hit with the 16 tons every single time so far?
I think so. Unless it was Amy one time. I think it might have been Amy on the bottom left stone.
Interesting. Interesting move.
I'm just gonna go with the S.
And then try to get the 2 from somebody else's hand?
I'm gonna
Yeah,
try
4
something
twos.
else.
Oh! We are freestyling, I see. Oh my god! We're getting really good at
Number
picking
16. That's good. That'll make him waste a turn.
Yeah, that's fantastic, actually. That'll help speed things up a little bit. Have Knuckles stay out of trouble.
So the AI probably isn't gonna use their own 2. So I'm gonna use my 4. And then hope that I get a 2 next turn, because I won't spin dash then. And the reason I'm not going 3-1 is because the space right next to the shop is a minigame.
Mm-hmm. One of the interesting things about Sonic Shuffle is that despite the boards, there are only 5 boards, so it's not like there's like a lot of content, so to speak, since boards is content for these types of games. But because every character has like a unique movement ability, you have to think of how to best leverage that character's movement ability to get through the board as fast as possible or in the best way possible.
Nice, that was a super fast Sonic-Cola. All of the
Fun fact-
computers just went instantly.
Fun fact about this game is that if you let the time run out, the game takes over for the players and will automatically pick a can of soda for them. But the way that the developers coded the AI is that they tend to avoid the rigged can. So if all the players let time run out, you can essentially let the game pick a non-rigged cola for you. And like about 75-80% of the time, you'll always win this game. If you do it that way.
Well, you have an
Okay, while we're
80% chance to win picking at random.
While we're here on Emerald Coast, we have 1 moment so I can talk about our charity.
Sure.
Let's go!
For sure. Just want to remind everybody about Able Gamers. It's supporting a fantastic cause to get people up to speed. You know, just reminding everybody that we are raising money for Able Gamers, and we have a few bid wars and incentives going on right now. So if you are looking to get in on any of the bid wars, the big one I'm looking forward to is the Sonic CD OST, the Japanese OST versus the USA OST. That bid war is open right now. And if you'd like to get in your favorite OST, the very rarely seen US OST, you're going to want to put some money on that, because I believe right now, as it stands, the JP or the JP OST is winning by default.
Why try to change perfection? Am I right?
Be the change you want to see. That's all I'll say.
This one might actually be me. Actually, no, it's probably Knuckles.
Yeah. Knuckles again.
Knuckles can't catch a break. That's what he gets for landing on all those mini games.
Wasting time, wasting frames. Who wants that? No one wants that.
Luckily, he's not going to be able to do that once my turn rolls around again.
Mm-hmm. Fortunately, no one has enough rings for the void space, so we don't gotta worry about that getting in the way. And as you can see
loose
here,
quartz, they're all going to be losing rings forever.
and as you can see here, we have a flying fish ship that is flying away. This event is the event that occurs every single time the final stone is activated, and it messes with the board like this permanently for the rest of the game.
Yep. There's a lot of similar things on pretty much every map. Oh my goodness, Knuckles.
one last F you, I see.
Dude needs to stop. What do you mean you're thirsty? You're literally underwater right now.
Breathing water and drinking water are two different things.
Oh well, he got 20 rings. He's gonna lose them soon, though.
Like he's been losing rings this whole game?
Yeah. Yeah, the AI just knows what the big numbers are. I think Amy is going for the dolphin space.
Oh, for the board quest, yes.
No, the dolphin space that randomly moves you. Different dolphin space.
Oh, the warp space. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, I got 4. I mean, I'm gonna drown anyway. Doesn't really matter.
Now, the thing about drowning underwater in Emerald Coast is that it warps you to one specific location on the board, and you lose that turn that your breath counter hits 0. It's not necessarily a bad thing. It's actually one of those things that can be pretty useful or practical for moving around the board. Sometimes, like occasionally, even I've drowned on purpose for the sake of moving myself to that one spot in order to help me get a stone faster.
Yeah, and right now, I'm thinking about the end of the game, how many emblems we have. I have 4 from the stones. Tails has 2, and Tails is in a really good position to get the last one. So, if Tails wins the clear minigame and gets more rings than me, that might be a problem.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes it's a good idea to let the computer collect the stones for you so that you can finish the game faster, but that's only if you're confident that you're going to be able to have the most amount of emblems by the end of the game.
Yeah, so in this situation, it's a bit of a risk letting Tails get it.
And because he used the loose quartz, he can't even try to get like a mini game or a duel going so that he can get more rings than Tails.
Yeah, so the only thing I can really do is try to land on neutral spaces like the air bubble or the turtle to avoid losing rings.
If he can manage to get more rings than tails by the end of the game, more rings than tails or knuckles by the end of the game, he'll get the ring emblem, and that'll be one more emblem to help guarantee his win.
Oh, time to use another lose quartz. The 4 turns are up. They went way faster than all the other turns because there's no mini games.
Yep. And that being said, even though everyone might end up at 0 rings, the end of game mini game, the final mini game, you can collect rings in that. So he might have to actually spend a fair amount of time collecting rings in the mini game on top of trying to win to make sure that he gets the ring emblem and the final game emblem.
He's going for the dolphin here again. No dice.
Wow, twice in a row?
I'm going to use my 4, land on the Amy space, not losing any rings here. And Tails might not be able to kill this because that was the last 6, so we'll need to use an S and get rid of some other stuff.
The reason is because every time you collect a stone in Sonic Shuffle, the next boss has slightly more HP. At first, the boss starts at 2 HP, but then it caps out at 6 HP.
Alright, you got a 3 and a 4. Can he do it? He can. So that's the end of Emerald Coast, technically. We still have the final minigame, and if Tails passes me in rings, I might lose.
How many rings does he have? He's 11 to your 9?
Yeah, I think so. So I need to either win the clear minigame or get a ring lead in the clear minigame.
Or just be a boss and do both. You're a world record holder, man. You can do that, right?
Yeah.
Easy, easy, no pressure.
This is one of the few clear minigames that's like actually kind of up in the air whether or not you win or get rings in it. The rest are a lot easier in comparison.
Mm-hmm.
Quick, get those donations now. Help out Scotto's bank account immediately.
We got that one accident at the beginning, but we didn't get any more. Like, only one accident in Emerald Coast is not bad.
Yeah, especially for speedrunning, absolutely. So the way that this accident works, or this minigame, is that the closer you are to the top of the wave, the further along you'll be. And the way to win this minigame is to be furthest along. It's not ring counts, it's just first one to cross the finish line at the end of the minigame. But you want to collect rings in this situation.
If I don't get hit by any logs, I'll be good.
Well, you'll be alright.
Computers are getting mixed up right now.
As long as you're in front of everyone, you'll get more rings in there.
The camera can be a little annoying. In this scenario, I can't see where the logs are coming up.
Yeah, usually what I end up doing is I end up just jumping from the top to the bottom of the wave to avoid a log, because it's a safer way to maintain my rings.
Looks like Amy wins. Let's go. So, as long as I have more rings than Tails, I'm good. If Tails gets the most rings emblem, that's game over. I have to restart the entire map.
And we're already 40 minutes in.
So we'll see right here. Do I get another cutscene or do I get game over, try again?
It looks like you got a cutscene because of the load times.
Yeah, I'm just pressing start right now. And a similar situation will crop up at the very end. We end time at the end of the Void battle, but you actually don't know if you win until you see the final cutscene.
This game is so good, but there are just some like design choices that are just really confusing.
So yeah, heading on to the next map, we're going to Firebird. And this map is one of 2 maps, Firebird and Riot Train, where the stone order, all of the locations are set. So the first stone is bottom left, second one is bottom right, third one is top right, fourth one is dead center, fifth one is top left. You get the idea. So I'll know exactly where to go, And starting out, I'm going to be looking for 2 6s in my hand to get a spin dash to get really close to the second stone.
Which means that he is giving up on the first stone immediately to position himself better for the future stones.
And look at that, 3 6s.
Holy crap, that is some good RNG.
Just hope that nobody steals them.
Let's go, Shuffle!
Tails used a 4, that's good that he didn't take the 6, but bad that he got the event.
It might be Stargate, and it's not Stargate. Now, the thing about Firebird is that every 2 stones that are collected, one of the 4 wings will fall off, permanently removing that section of the board for the rest of the game. So by the time the final stone is up, a vast majority of the board will be gone from play, which means that there are a lot less spaces, a lot less places to move, and turns ultimately go faster. Though, with this particular board, on the last 2 stones, it turns into nighttime, and various spaces are transformed into battle spaces, which then shoots up the amount of time wasted, like in terms of potential.
Yeah, battle spaces will waste a lot of time, especially if you don't get lucky and grab like a loose quartz somewhere.
The loose quartz effect is overridden when it turns into nighttime, right?
I think so. So you would have to use it just after nighttime is activated. And that was not nice of Tails to use my 5.
They didn't use a 6, right?
Well, someone else is probably going to use the 6.
Shuffle harder!
But then they're going to steal the 3 and the 1 that I want to use to get to the stone.
Oh, then I guess you're just out of luck, bruh.
Oh, Tails got Remedium. Hope he uses it. Tails better use that thing. And there goes Amy.
Used one of your 6s, but you're right. You got a second one. You don't need either 2.
Nope, I already used 2 of them.
Oh, that's right, you did. Yeah. But stolen right back.
Okay, I'm
Beautiful.
using a 3 here to land here. I have a 1 in my hand and a 3 to kill the second stone. If no one steals from me, I'm good. And they're not likely to steal from me unless it's to steal the Eggman, because the AI usually doesn't want to steal 1s and 3s.
Yeah, they void all cards 3 and below until those are the only ones left. When it realizes that there are no more 4s, it will start looking for S cards and Eggman cards.
So Tails gets the first stone. Hopefully the other 2 don't, land on the battle and minigame space that were right there. But they probably will, let's be honest here.
They're going out of their way to ruin your run. They're trying to make sure that you regret setting a far estimate.
Now 40 minutes per map is good enough for the 4-hour estimate. 40 minutes times 5, that's 200 minutes. That's 3 hours 20.
So he says.
Of course, Nature Zone is the really long map, so that's where things are going to go wrong, probably.
Oh my god, Nature Zone, please. I don't want to hear that name right now, dude.
It's the next map, we gotta be thinking about it. Anyway, we got Gargantua again. Kind of crazy that we've played like 3 minigames and we already got a duplicate.
Yeah, because you haven't unlocked the minigames. That's why I was surprised you weren't loading during the speedrun from a save file. Like, you unlock new minigames as you experience them in story mode, but ultimately, until you unlock them, the selection of minigames you have is pretty low. So like, if you play through story mode on a fresh save file and then play through one on a completed save file, you will notice a lot more variety of minigames. Because you have to, like, unlocking minigames is by chance. Like, there's a chance it'll show up, and once it shows up, then it's unlocked.
Well, I don't mind Gargantua, because it can go a little faster than the time limit.
Yeah, the only issue is that it makes you lose rings since if you're trying to get out of it as fast as possible, who knows if that'll work against you later on, right?
And that's the last 4. We get another minigame, of course.
Look at that! Look at that! Computer's like, we're playing a party game. We're not here to clear fast.
Great Escape, this is a good one.
Oh, this is very good for speedrun.
Yeah, this is, I would say, probably top 5 fastest minigames. Number 1 is definitely Number Jump.
Oh my god, that game goes over so many people's heads. Definitely like one of the mini games that I don't think they thought through all the way. Can you not really tell? Now we just gotta hope that the computer actually clears fast.
Well, they both did. That's wonderful. 16 seconds on the clock.
There have definitely been some times where the computer wouldn't stop falling into the same hole over and over and over and just wasting the rest of the time.
Yeah, and that's a scenario where picking the normal computers over easy is definitely saving time. There's no way the easy computers would have finished. They never finish.
A lot of people...
I'm here to get Stone 2.
A lot of people, when they play Sonic Shuffle for the first time, end up playing on easy and then getting washed. And they're like, how is this easy? So a fun fact about the CPUs is that the difficulty doesn't really change how intelligent they are on the board much. There are a few select situations, like knowing where the next stone is, or knowing where the void space is going to show up, where they perform better based on the difficulty, better or worse. And also in mini games, the difficulty matters a lot. But outside of that, the computers are basically the same.
And that's the second stone done, just like that. And that's why I camped the second stone on this map. And the other benefit is Tails is still on the first stone location. This wing is now going to fall off, and he's going to be warped closer.
After losing 50 rings, too. So he just got hit with 16 tons, and then he's going to get exploded. And he's just going to have to hold that out.
Everyone's going to get exploded, actually.
Was Amy still up there? Oh, she was!
Yeah, that minigame space is still on the wing. So now they're all closer.
Man. Oh wow, Knuckles
I think
had
the only
56 rings.
The only S that's been used is Knuckles' S, I think. So I'm going to take from someone other than Knuckles. Oh, that's a 10. That's really good. So Eggman 10 turns all of the 1s into 4s. Which means everyone's going to move faster, because there's hardly any ones been used. Well, 2 of them have been used. Both by me.
Honestly, your luck so far in Firebird has been pretty solid. Their luck not so much, but your luck absolutely pretty solid.
Nice, dodge the battle. So Amy has the last S now. And she used it.
And she didn't fail the S.
And dodged the battles. Very nice.
There's a thing that the computers do where they grab an S card.
I'm gonna reset this. That 2 is not what I want.
Mm-hmm. There's a thing that the computers do when they grab an S card. They instantly get a 2. We call that a failed S because usually they roll a specific number that they want to move in order to get to the stone as fast as possible. But whenever they roll a 2 and that 2 doesn't do anything obviously good, that's because the AI failed the check to in order to get the number that they want.
Yeah, it's either that or they were going for a 1 and they failed it. Because they don't realize you have to wait the full cycle for a 1.
Mm-hmm.
So now I know, don't take Tails' card. And now I know, don't take Knuckles' first card.
Well, I mean, he's shuffling the cards, so it's just bad luck there. That was actually...
The length I go to dodge minigames right now. Surely Amy has a 1. Surely Amy has a 1 in her hand.
Just try Knuckles' cards again.
Because, I mean, there's still 2 of those 1s left that are now 4s. So you would think I have a 2 in 5 chance. And I just grabbed 2s both times.
Yeah, that's counteracting the good RNG you've had so far in Firebird.
Alright, Amy. Let's go. So now I get the forklift space, which can be really good, it can be not so good.
It is a warp space, so it'll warp
And
him
it
to
did
randomly.
nothing.
Oh
Yay.
my god! It literally brought you back to where you were! That was definitely the most warp of all time. And you got Fun Sonic! That is such a long game! Ah, this is speedrunning Sonic Shuffle. I completely remember why you stopped running this game.
Yeah, at least this will give me a lot of rings. And I can steal Knuckles' rings there.
Yeah, I've learned recently that jumping with other people to make them lose, to make them pop the thing faster, is a pretty solid way of clearing the game quickly.
Knuckles is dead.
I wish this minigame wasn't so long. I really don't like that Eggman face in the background.
Stuff of nightmares?
Tails is dead, which means I get this all to myself.
I wonder if it's actually possible to clear all the spots before time runs out.
It probably is. You just need a coordinated effort to do that. And that's
Should
59
definitely
rings
find
for
out.
me, that's a lot. Plus 20 for the bonus. I'm rich.
79 rings out of one minigame. Definitely pretty good.
Not Psychic Sonic good, but definitely good.
And Knuckles got the last -4. Unfortunate.
Oh boy, and look at the last number I have to pick.
Okay, so what happened there is every time the party lands on a ring space, about 15 times, one of the remaining wings will explode at random. It won't be destroyed, but it'll explode, and everyone on that wing will take 30 rings worth of damage.
This could be good.
Yeah.
This is
So
either going to
what-
take me to the stone, or it's going to take me back to where I was.
Yo, take you to the stone! The RNG, the luck is flip-flopping really hard right now.
Don't
So
know if
he's
this
gonna
is just
be-
going to make me run, or if it's going to warp me.
No, it's gonna
Let's
make
just
you run.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's
Okay.
so much space!
Yeah, so that's pretty good. Tails is really close to the stone anyway. So this is going to put me relatively close to the 4th stone. Or the 5th stone if I want to go for that instead.
Oh,
Although-
Tails doesn't have any items, right?
I don't think so.
So Tails is probably gonna be forced to rest for 2 turns. So this mini event. Oh,
He only had one.
One. So this
you
mini
rest
event
one.
with Medusa, what it does is that if you have 0 items, it'll make you rest for 2 turns, and the amount of turns that you can block is based on how many items you have. If
I
you're
have
able
a
to
really
block-
good hand again.
Nice.
Knuckles just took a 4. I still have 3, 4, 5, 5, 6 S.
Gotcha. So the amount of items you have definitely can come in handy just by holding on to them. The game encourages item use incredibly heavily.
At this point,
It's
shuffling
bad.
isn't even going to help because all of my cards are good.
It's one of those hands, man.
And this is the problem with having good hands, is that everyone steals from you, and this is the same when you're doing net play. Everyone
and
will
we
steal
got
from you if
jump
you have a good
streak.
hand.
Yeah, the way we have our net play session set up is that you can see the player's hand on their turn. So it's unlike when you have a VMU in slot 1 in every controller where the cards always stay hidden.
I'm gonna do a couple jumps. I'm not sure if this helps, but this is a game that can go on forever. But the AI will try to, if there's only AI left, they'll try to finish the minigame a little faster. Usually.
There are actually 2 minigames that can go on indefinitely, and this is one of them. I think you and I were in this minigame for, was it 10 minutes?
Something like that.
Yeah. what ended up happening is that we had to come up with a system where before the minigame started, we had to flip coins to see who wins if we all end up in like a long-term deadlock where no one wants to lose.
Yeah, and unfortunately the AI is not cooperating right now.
Yeah, it went up to the 3rd tier speed. No, this is the 2nd tier speed. Yeah, 2nd tier speed. This minigame has 3 tiers of speed where, as expected, as the game goes on, everything gets faster. But once you hit that 3rd tier of speed, the speed no longer increases, which is why if you get accustomed to that 3rd tier, the game can literally go on forever.
Finally, someone didn't steal from me. I'm gonna use a 4.
Surprised you didn't go for the 5 for the shop.
No, I just used a 5, so that would spin dash.
Oh, you see, and this is why I don't recommend Sonic to new players, because I forgot his last card. So I would have used the second 5 and rolled a 10, and I would have completely overshot the shop and put myself
what I'm
in a
thinking
position.
is they're gonna get the stone. I'm 3 away from the stone now. I have a 3 in my hand. I have a 5 and an S to kill it.
Okay.
So I am ready to get the 4th stone right away.
Yeah. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is also why I call Sonic Shuffle a fake party game, a fake casual game, and because the amount of thinking that you have to do and planning ahead in order to really leverage the mechanics to help guarantee a win is way too high to call it like a regular old haha fun party game. It's definitely incredibly fun if you're into that type of thing, if you're into like strategy games, but if you're just trying to sit down and play some fun games and let some randomness carry you, this game might feel a bit off.
Yeah.
Okay, so Scott's gonna lose half of his rings, but now he's gonna be right next to the stone. And again, this is why you lose half of your rings for being the furthest away, because he's 3 spaces away from the next stone. How can anybody stop him unless they have an item to move him?
The second wing's going away. So actually the way that works is, sometimes there's a precious stone on the wing, right? So there was a second precious stone was on the wing. So once the next precious stone after that is collected, that's when the wing goes away.
Mm-hmm.
Egg in space. This is pure randomness.
Yep. It's pure randomness, but if you pay attention to the whole field and not just your own character, you can mitigate that randomness by keeping track of what boxes have been opened. That is the ideal way to actually clear this minigame as fast as possible.
Or just play with hard CPUs, they'll know where it is.
Well, yeah, that's another way to get this minigame done as fast as possible.
So I'm just gonna minimize time between checking by just checking stuff near where I started. And Tails gets it.
Now, despite the fact that you can use the other player's choices to help you with your process of elimination, sometimes someone just gets lucky on gets it within the first 2 box choices, and you just gotta hold it. Luckily, you don't lose rings for losing this. The ring distribution when you win or lose minigames is actually pretty fair.
Yeah, and Tails has 2 stones right now, so he's a bit of a threat. I'm a little worried about this.
That's my boy! My boy Tails is winning! Not that we want that right now, but I love seeing my boy win.
I mean, Tails was the threat last map as well.
It's like I'm right there playing with you.
Yeah. Alright, Amy, don't take my card, thank you. If she had stolen my 3, I would have been a little annoyed.
Now, as you can see, Amy got a 5 automatically. I had mentioned earlier, at least in Emerald Coast, that every character has a movement ability, but that also applies in battle. Every character has a unique battle ability. And Amy's battle ability is that if she uses an S card, she automatically gets a 5 no matter what.
I'm going to take a little bit of a risk here. I'm going to use my 5 to battle it instead of the S, and hope that they don't take the S.
No, they're going to take it, dude. I'm calling it right now. They're not going to leave you alone.
Well, I know for a fact they would take the 5. It's literally the biggest number there.
Volscato Bowser's gamble pay off. Find out next time on Sonic Shuffle Z.
We're waiting through the commercial break of the loading screen right now. And then we're also going to wait through the 16 tons falling, and then the top right wing falling. There's a lot of waiting, is what I'm saying.
That's also what makes this game a strategy game. There's a lot of waiting between player turns.
The void space right on me, that is not good.
Oh my god! That is one of the worst spaces they could have put Void on.
But at least those guys just lost 50 rings. I don't know how rich Knuckles is.
I don't think he's too
He only
rich
has
yet.
35, so we're good.
He's not too far, but he's not too close either.
I don't
Oh my god.
know if you get 50 rings for winning this one. But also,
No, it's
Tails
20
should have
rings.
0, so he should just run away, I feel like. Yeah. There's,
Yeah, winning that mini
some-
event gives you 20 rings.
yeah, there's some mini-events where, you know, if you have 0 rings, it's more likely that nothing will happen. And Knuckles took my S. Unfortunate.
Well, at least he's skipping the void space now. He's
Yeah,
the only one
he's
that
bad.
had the potential to actually steal. Wow.
I've been a good boy this whole time. I've barely landed on any battles or event spaces. Well, there goes
Oh!
Eggman.
So, here's an interesting fact about battles. If you lose a battle with 0 rings, you're forced to wait out your next turn. So now her next turn is going to be skipped because when you get hit with 0 rings on Sonic, you lose a life.
1.
Had she had lost rings, she would have lost at most 30 rings, since the amount of rings you lose when getting hit by an enemy in battle is based upon how much HP they have. So 3 times 10 would be 30. So it's whatever number of HP they have times 10. And
It's
every...
all 1s and 2s now.
Mhm. So people are just going to be losing rings nonstop. Oh my god, he had no rings too!
Yeah, so, like, you might say the battle's really bad because of the loading screens, but now their turns are going to go by instantly. So it's not all bad. And thank you, Knuckles, for picking 1.
Uh-oh. That can be a problem, though.
Tails rests. Now it's Knuckles again.
Knuckles has really been a pain in our back because it just keeps going for mini games and mini events.
Bucket O rings.
This is a try-hard mini game. Like, in order to be, like, you know, optimal for this mini game, you have to actually have frame-perfect inputs. And because there's no buffering system in this game.
Except for, like, shuffling your cards. You can hold X the entire time to shuffle your cards.
So you can either aim for matching like he is right now, or you can try to do frame-perfect bucket scoops to collect the rings. And in terms of the amount of rings you should be collecting in order to get the best score, or to get the most rings, it's 6 to 8. If you get less than 6 or more than 8, you're probably going to end up losing as a result.
I didn't go very well, so I'm just gonna go 4 on the last one. And we tied.
Oh, you tied! So everybody wins. If you lose
But luckily,
in this
still,
minigame-
no one is gonna have enough for the void space.
Mhm.
Except
If you
for
lose
me.
If you lose in this minigame, you don't get the rings you collect. It's an all or nothing type of deal.
Although I am
Or rather-
thinking I might want to use the void space right now.
Oh,
Because
steal from
Tails
Tails?
is such a threat. But also,
Mm.
I get this spin dash. So, maybe I want to go over here. And the quest, the board quest might show up here. So that would be another potential emblem for me to get.
Yeah, on Riot Bird, the board quest can activate within, what was it, like 2 to 10 turns? So it's like a pretty wide window when it can activate. But it should be activating pretty soon. And since he's Sonic, and he has access to the spin dash, he should be able to get there before everyone else, as long as he is allowed to use the cards to activate the spin dash.
Yeah, there's a brand new hand. All I need is a 5 and a 6 to get there. And I don't think Knuckles is going to be able to get there in 2 turns.
So the way Sonic DJ works is that the solo player presses the face buttons A, B, X, Y in order to activate the electric fences on specific parts of the map. The where it activates correlates to the position of the button itself, and getting hit makes the player on the trio drop rings. And then what he wants to do is press up and down on the D-pad or the analog stick to scratch the turntable and move those rings off the turntable. All the rings that fall off the turntable will be collected by the solo player, but if you scratch too much, you will overheat, and that will make you lose 10 rings. And you have to wait for the bar to drain a fair amount before you can go back to scratching.
Yeah, the computer is really bad about overheating.
So even if he's collecting a lot of rings, he'll like throw away a lot of those rings by overheating constantly.
Yeah, so Tails won, but I wouldn't be surprised if I was pretty close. Yeah, 41 to 49. I almost won as one of the 3 players.
And this minigame is heavily biased towards the solo player for winning and collecting the most rings. Oh my god,
My
Knuckles!
hand is not that good. It's 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Which means the only way I get there is if I go 4 S and then 5 to kill it.
That particular minigame can be a bit of a hassle for newer players because it's literally asking you to keep track of information that you would normally never keep track of. And if you lose, you have to rest for 1 turn, but if you win, you only get like 20 rings, which is not very good in like the risk-reward balance.
So I went for the 4 first because, as you can see, I'm 3 spaces away from an event space here. So if I had gone for a 7, I would have ended up triggering an event.
He is mashing to shuffle his cards. So the way shuffling cards works is that when it is not your turn and somebody's trying to pick a cards, you can press or hold X to constantly reshuffle the order of your cards.
Okay, this is really good.
And this is important for making sure that the computers, as well as other players, don't pick
Look
the
at
cards
this.
that they want. Whoa! That's a tasty hand. Yum. Thank you,
Give
Amy.
me that S. Thank you very much.
Oh my god, the luck
And I'm gonna
has
use
really
it to
been
kill the boss
ping-ponging.
too.
Yeah, that's so useful.
Thank
That
you,
is-
Amy.
Whoa, Amy
Dude,
Sims for Sonic.
imagine
I'm not
having
even
that
surprised.
hand and stealing the Eggman instead.
Oh my god! So as you can see, Amy's hand is constantly shuffling. This is the main way to protect your hand whenever you're playing Sonic Shuffle against the computer or other players. You always want to press the X button when it is not your turn. And if you do that, you'll find that the computers are nowhere near as threatening as what people would have you believe.
Although my hand is bad, so I don't have to worry about it too much.
Yep. Like, Sonic Shuffle is the type of game where having an absolutely garbage hand can be a strategic advantage.
So now I just got the 5th stone. It's going to turn to night mode, and there's going to be way more battle spaces.
Yep. But now that you can see Amy's hand, you can at least get something out of the battles.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Monsters are still level 3, so I have at least
Yeah.
a few cards that'll work for that myself as well.
And the reason why the monster's HP is 3 now is that every time you collect, was it 4 stones? Oh no, it was
Every 3 stones.
every 3 stones, the regular monster's HP goes up by 1.
Yo,
So it
it's
starts at
shoddy
2.
work.
Let's go. The way this minigame works is you do not focus on filling in the space. What you focus on is making sure that blocks are touching as much of the dotted line as possible. It doesn't matter how ugly it looks.
And I'm with Amy. I'm on the bottom, so I'm the one doing the stacking.
Yes, one player will drop and rotate the pieces while the other player will move and can kind of bounce to rearrange the pieces. The player on top can also discard a piece if they don't like it. So you kind of have to work together to figure out what piece goes where, or what piece to use, so that you can guarantee a win.
Look at this. Look at how good this is.
Yeah, that's most of it, actually. It's not 100% of the lines are being touched, but that's still pretty good.
Unless this can squeeze through. Oh, it can. Yeah, throw it like that. Give me another one of those. The AI won't throw it unless you're standing underneath, so that's why I keep going back and forth. And now it doesn't matter, I'm like pretty much 100% on the ship.
We spent like an hour, or was it 2 hours trying to figure out the mechanics of this game, right?
Something like that, but here I'm just gonna win.
So even though Tails' side had basically more of the space filled in, more or less, they lost because they had less of the dotted line touching. So right now he has 3 pressure stones, so that's 3 emblems, and then he also has the most amount of rings, so he's currently holding 4 emblems, placing him solidly in the lead. Tails has a nice amount of rings, but it's nowhere near enough in order to actually get him the ring emblem.
And I'm definitely hoping the quest shows up soon.
Yeah, I'm surprised the quest hasn't shown up yet. It's been a minute. That was an interesting usage of the S card.
Is that all you got?
Now, I did also use an S last turn, so I could go for the S again and get a 14
14?
dash.
Yeah.
I could go for that.
Remember, Sonic Spin Dash will double the movement
Oh, there's
value.
the leak. I'm just gonna go for 4 then.
Yeah, okay, that's fair.
Amy didn't use her 4, so I'm good there.
Oh, she's going for the stone.
Yeah. Yeah, so the way to steal from an AI is to just pick a spot and stay there and react to when the card appears there, because they're always going to shuffle.
They shuffle at a pretty steady... No, not at a pretty steady. They shuffle at a very specific pace. So, and that'll never have any variance, so it's really easy to take advantage of the AI if you get them to expose their cards. What in the world? That would have been a duel in versus mode.
Yeah, that's another thing about story mode is there are no duels. A duel is when 2 players land on the same space that isn't an event, quest, or precious stone space. And basically they go into a entirely different minigame where they face off against each other. Try to get either the highest total or lowest total with various cards.
Yeah, it's a pretty wacky mode, a pretty major mode as well, because the winner gets to steal rings from the loser, and the loser has to wait a turn.
Amy's gonna go for my S, so I'm gonna shuffle. Oh, she went for my 3, actually. First slot was where my 3 was.
She's just trying to go for the crit, but now she's losing 20 rings.
Okay, where do I want to go? I need to look at this a little bit. I am gonna go 7. And that perfectly lands me on the Amy space, so I don't have to battle.
Avoiding
Oh, thank you,
battles.
Tails. Thank you, Tails.
What
this is
a
so
god! Oh my god, Tails is the GOAT. For sure. What a helpful lad, helping Sonic out yet again. You love to see it.
Alright, Amy's gonna take my 2 and fail to kill the stone.
This is gonna save you so much time. Wouldn't it be funny if you got world record this on this?
That would be funny, but Emerald Coast was really bad. I lost like 8 minutes there.
Yeah, but who knows? You can make it up everywhere else, can't you? This is some like if like for ILs, this is really good at the very least.
Well, Tails might get this stone. And that's gonna be scary, because that's gonna be Tails' 3rd stone.
have 3 as well, right?
Well, I'm gonna use the last card in my hand, which means Tails gets the brand new deck.
Hmm.
So if Tails can find a way to get there, which he's 7 away, okay, he's not gonna do it. So Amy should get this actually, which is really good.
That probably means Tails has the Eggman.
Well, no, Knuckles also went for a 6.
Why?
They just don't think about S moving 7.
It has to be, because that's pretty wacky, if you ask me.
Alright, let's see how Amy kills it. 4. Respectable. This is gonna get rid of half my rings, which means Tails is gonna have the most rings now, which is still scary.
Knuckles, no? Yeah, Knuckles.
Oh, Knuckles?
Yeah, Knuckles has 90.
Rings. Tails had like 70 something, so yeah, it must be Knuckles.
I like how that's the only Precious Stone that actually looks like a Chaos Emerald. It's hard to get that shape on file. Half your rings gone just like that.
Where's Boy? Oh boy.
Oh,
on the
that's
way.
Also. See, this is also one of the cursed things about Firebird. Because all the ring spaces, or all the wings are going away, and all the wings have like a Precious Stone space, that means now there are only 3 Precious Stone spaces, but one of them is housing the last Precious Stone, meaning that there are only 2 Precious Stone spaces where the Void Space can show up, and that can mean a lot of shenanigans can show up at this point in the game. So even though you can get through Firebird incredibly quickly, a lot of shenanigans tends to happen towards the end of the game because there's so little room to actually do things in.
That's fine.
Tails and Knuckles can steal.
I'm considering stealing myself from Tails.
I was just thinking that, because you could steal, and then you could get a good warp that'll either bring you closer or keep you around the same space. I think it might be worth it, considering that you might not even have the opportunity to win the Ring Emblem. But I'm a gambling guy. I like to play a little risky.
I'm gonna steal from Tails.
Oh, he's going for it. Let's go. I mean, you steal from my boy, but you can steal from Amy. But I get why you gotta steal from Tails.
Or at least I'm gonna hope to steal from Tails. Because as we said, the spinner is a little bit random.
Do you also want a Precious Stone?
Is Amy behind Tails?
I think Amy's in front of Tails.
Oh. Yeah, so you should... you should be fine.
There we go.
Yeah, you're fine. Remember, guys, the spinner is not random. You can actually basically pick who you want to land on the spinner. The only random aspect about it is how far you slide when you press the button. Sometimes that can end up with you sliding to somebody else, but as long as the spaces are default size, you can consistently pick one character 100% of the time on the spinner.
That's only when not the kind of warp I wanted.
Ooh. It's not too bad, but that's still a weird warp.
And accident.
And an accident!
I mean, it's the first one of Firebird. Can't really complain.
Yeah, we've had 2 accidents overall, so yeah. What can you say other than oh well? At least this one is pretty good. Get a lot of rings, get a good chance for items.
Yeah, good chance for items on this one. If I get a Precious Sight, dude, imagine.
A Precious Sight is an item that will warp the player directly to the stone if they roll a 1 on a card.
Oh,
so
I just missed the item. That item was way off to the left.
Yep.
Nope, and now there's no way I'm gonna see it in advance.
Just react, bro.
There it is.
Oh, there it goes.
And it wasn't even possible to get it.
So the wing changing its angle is basically RNG. So sometimes it'll change the angle right as you're about to hit a collection of rings or get an item, and then you just miss out on a whole bunch of goodies. You're losing so many rings! So the higher the angle of the wing, the harder you have to mash. So when the wing is pretty flat, you don't have to mash too much.
Plus 42.
Yeah, but the void space. You kind of need to reduce that right now.
Or do I?
Ooh. Wait. Oh, okay. Cause Knuckles could have lost some rings, but dang, that was a big hit to Tails. As you guys have probably been able to tell, consecutively landing on red or blue ring spaces will create a ring combo, which multiplies the amount of rings you earn or lose from that space based upon the combo number.
And also, when you are on the last stone of the game, the ring space will double how much it gains or loses.
Yep, so
normally a combo of 5 would be 15, but since we're on the last space, it was 30.
Yep, and if there was light mode or dark mode, the maximum amount of rings you'd be able to land or gain or lose would be 50.
Yeah.
Like the last two stones of the game can basically be a whole X Factor mode, because the amount of rings that can leave a player's hands can be really high depending on what's going on. And Amy got more rings. Didn't she just get the swap jewel too? Oh man, there's nothing good.
Except for stealing. Stealing's good.
Yeah. No?
Alright, Tails is not a
Tails.
threat.
Knuckles is though. Oh yeah!
Knuckles
is
finally
a threat.
remembered his magnifier.
Yeah, and he's definitely going for you. So maybe it might be worth stealing again, just to
Just maybe.
counter. Because Knuckles can steal twice, and Tails might be able to put himself back in a position where he can steal once.
Yeah, if Tails uses a 1 here, he's gonna be able to steal. Because he's got the full combo, that's gonna be 2 times 5, 10, exactly puts him there.
Yeah, so it might be worth actually going to steal, just to give yourself a little bit more buffer.
If I get it to, which I do get it to.
The reason why Amy is...
do I
the reason why Amy...
Tails? Tails or Amy?
The reason why Amy is moving in that direction is because there's an Amy space that she can use to get to the final stone as fast as possible.
I think it's actually better to steal from Amy here. But I kind of let the slide decide there.
Yeah, that slide was getting close to Tails. Does Tails have a stone? Tails does have a stone.
Yeah, Tails still has one, because he got the first and the third. So I only stole the first.
Alright, now let's get a good warp.
You just warp me straight to the top.
That would be so
Straight
good.
to the top.
Can you imagine?
That is not the top.
That is the opposite of the top. That is at the bottom.
Okay, well Tails is gonna lose more rings. He just lost all of them to activate light mode. He could literally get all of them back next turn.
I don't think he was even aiming. I don't think he's aiming for the stone right now.
Yeah, he's not.
Oh, not the stone, the void. I don't think he's aiming for the void space.
Knuckles. Oh, he's not either. He
Oh.
could have got the 1.
Come on.
Mega Man 4, that's gonna warp him somewhere random.
I'm gonna take you for a ride.
Take him to the top. Take him to the
So you
top.
can finish the
Do it.
game?
Oh, that's good.
That's actually really good.
Because of those 2 Knuckles spaces right there.
Mm-hmm.
He's gonna be basically the same distance as Amy is right now. Where do I go from here? I think I go 7.
For the ring space?
Yeah, I want to avoid battles.
Plus, that can mean that you can build up a combo to get more rings to try to steal, just in case they go for a void space.
Actually, at this point, I'm just going for Ring Emblem.
Oh, fair enough.
I mean, what's Knuckles gonna do? He's gonna lose rings here.
Alright,
Actually,
no
I
one's going for
probably
the void
won't
space.
get Ring Emblem because Knuckles has so much. So unless he fails the last battle. Use a 1 because that's fast.
Gotta go fast, right?
Tails could kill the stone right here.
It's a fresh deck, so I think he's gonna do it pretty easily.
As long as there's still a 6 for him to get, but I don't know if there is. I might have just opened the door for Knuckles to get it. Okay, he's got a 6. And he got it.
You love to see Tails win. You love to see Tails win. Absolutely.
So I have 4 stones. Knuckles has the most rings by far. Tails has 2 stones. So it really doesn't matter who wins the clear minigame.
You won the board quest. You got the board quest done too.
Yeah. I actually forgot about that.
So
I
you're
might
sitting
not
pretty
have
pretty.
needed to steal.
Yeah, but safety never hurts, right?
Because now I have 5 emblems. If I didn't steal, I would have had 4 and Tails would have 3. So I would have just needed to have more rings than Tails to guarantee it, which is pretty easy.
That's not how it's looking right now, though.
So yeah, that was a very safe Firebird for sure. So here's the final minigame, we're skydiving, and again, to win you just have to be as low as possible.
It's
And one thing
basically
you can
another.
do is, towards the end, you can sabotage other players as the computers are doing to me, or trying to do, where you just go down from above, and you make them spin out a little bit.
And there are some
see.
there are some air circles that you can run through, which will increase your speed to help you get away from other players. But then there are also clouds that'll slow you down.
Yeah, so this is a mini game where I would say you can't really reliably win it against normal computers necessarily, but you can reliably make sure that someone loses. So like, if Tails was still a threat, I would be right behind Tails the whole time, making sure he doesn't win. So yeah, there's the computer doing exactly what I would have done.
Let's go, Tails! He won! I love it.
So this time, it's not so stressful. We know who wins.
Dude, I can hear your Dreamcast loading. It is so nostalgic. But why is it so damn loud, man?
Us disk drive users be out here chugging, man. That's just how it is.
Dude, I only got 14 rings from Emerald Coast. That's funny.
Actually, are GDEMUs allowed for speedrunning?
They're not currently allowed on the Sonic Shuffle boards, but that's just because the leaderboard mods basically don't exist. Like, there's not really a community trying to run this game.
Yeah, there's only a community trying to play the game online. Come join us, everybody!
Yeah, that's the better experience by far.
Yeah, we allow them in Sonic Adventure, but that's because we've done extensive testing on loadless, which, you know, might be something to consider for Shuffle.
And here we are, Nature Zone. Look at this. Looking for a 662. 6S2 is good enough.
Nature Zone by far is the longest board in the game, bar none. This board takes so long to complete. I hate it. I was actually watching another speedrunner, Po Chillin, who speedruns Nights, Nights in the Dreams on the Sega Dreamcast, or the Sega Saturn, sorry. He was playing a game, Sonic Shuffle with his friends. The game was, I think, a 7-stone game, since you can pick the amount of stones that you can play with on versus mode. That game took 4 hours. One of those hours were extended specifically because of item usage that was warping everybody, and because Nature Zone is so big and long and it has permanent changes that will block off certain paths to make it longer. Ultimately, it just ended up extending the game from 3 hours to 4 hours on the final stone. It was ridiculous. Incredibly hilarious for me because I was watching and not playing, but everyone who was playing and having the game take even longer because of all the gimmicks of this board were suffering. Don't ever play long games on Nature Zone unless you are prepared to be there all night.
And that's the first stone. This is a map where the next stone locations are random. So I have no clue where the next one's going to be.
One of my goals for this game and the online community is to create a league where, on specific days of the month, people get together to play a game, and you get points based off of your placing, and whoever gets the most points at the end of the league gets to do one more game to win prizes and stuff. Because I don't think you can do a bracket version of this game. I think that'll take too dang long.
26. Ooh, I don't like that spot very much. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna stay around the top left of the map.
So now that we're on Nature Zone, and I know we're gonna be here for a minute, I'd like to take the time to explain specifically how Precious Stone locations work. So by now you've already realized that Precious Stones will only spawn on specific Precious Stone spaces, and that is true for all the boards. I've already also mentioned that the first and last stone are random, or not random, they're preset, as in they'll always spawn in the same spaces. But for...
Yo!
Oh, nice. For
We love
Emerald
stop
Coast...
and go.
For Emerald Coast, for Nature Zone and 4th Dimension Space, every stone that is not the first and last one are semi-random. And the reason why I call it semi-random is that stones will not spawn on Precious Stone spaces that have been previously used. So since the first and last one are random, that means there are essentially only 5 locations that a stone will randomly spawn in. And as you collect stones, those spaces become unusable for the next spawn. So ultimately it boils down into a process of elimination, where after you collect 5 out of the 7 stones, you know where the 6th one is going to be, because there's only one viable space. Using this information is the strongest way to help make sure that you win against other players or against the computer in Sonic Shuffle. Because you can position yourself in a way so that you can maximize your chances of getting any stone regardless of where it spawns. And that's part of the reason why he's kind of going into a specific area on the map, so that if through probability a stone spawns close to him, he's already right there, and if not, he has the ability to use a spring or a warp space to reposition himself quickly in order to get to a precious stone that's far away from him as fast as possible.
Oh, I don't like that.
That's really bad. And this is also why Nature Zone is booty. It is that right there, because the game will show you the cutscene of the barrier blocking the path, but it will not let you know when it goes away. So unless you check every single one of your turns, you may go up to 3-4 turns or never, knowing that the path is opened up randomly. And there's the path blocking is random on Nature Zone. There's nothing that specifically triggers when it happens.
So the minigame that I got earlier, you saw that I got the game Stop and Go, and the reason that's such a good minigame is because 1, it's fast, and 2, you get a Force Jewel out of it, which is really good. I'm gonna grab a Speed Rolled. Could have grabbed a Hypnotite there, actually.
What evil invention should I use this time?
Eggman 1. He has no
Nice.
rings, so we skip the cutscene.
A Hypnotite is an item that will remove all the cards of one particular number, and the number is determined through a card roulette or a card spin or whatever.
Yeah, so I could have used that, theoretically, to get rid of all the 1s to make the next hand show up sooner. Just make the game move by faster. But I don't think it's a huge deal, whether I use it or not. I'm just gonna hang around here.
Now,
This
another
gives me
thing about
pretty easy access to 3 different stone locations. The stone on the top, if the barriers go down, which they should when the next stone is collected. It also gives me the spring, which can take me to the bottom right. And it's also right next to the top left stone location is where I am right now.
Over the Rainbow, this is the other game
yeah.
that can go on forever. Just like Jump the Snake, it has 2 tiers or 3 tiers of speed, and once you hit the maximum tier, it will stay at that speed, and there's no timer.
Whoa!
And if you jump after the halfway mark on the red line, your character will do a little off-balance animation when it lands.
Now, this minigame is only for Ring, so it doesn't really matter if he wins or loses. As the game progresses, the computer will increase the chance that it'll lose.
Yeah, and this time they actually did fail sooner because I failed, which is really nice.
Now, one thing about story mode that's different than versus mode is after you win a battle, in versus mode, you get 1 item always, even if it's a critical, but you get to steal items from the other player. In story mode, you don't get to steal items, instead they give you a second item on critical.
So my hand is a really good Sonic hand if I get to use it. I have a 4-4 and 5-5, which is really good for spin dashing.
The reason why it's called the Sonic hand is he has doubles of a particular number, which means that it's easy for him to trigger a spin dash whenever he wants. So if you have 2 1s and 2 2s and 2 3s, that's still a Sonic hand because you can, again, trigger spin dash at will since you have so many dupes in your own hand.
Oh no.
Are you serious?
They really put it there twice. Well, I hope the next stone is in the bottom right.
Oh my god, that's lame. And this is why Nature Zone can take forever.
Surely Knuckles hits this. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, he did his job.
Let's go, Knuckles getting a stone for once. Is this his first time the whole run? He didn't get any on Firebird. I don't think he got any on Emerald Coast. Okay, it doesn't look like the stone is at the very top. Where's the void? Bottom right.
Ooh.
So the stone is either going to be bottom middle, which is close for the computers, or it's top left, which is close to me. 25 away, that's going to be top left. So I am 2 turns away because I just used a 4 and I'm 4 spaces away.
The board shenanigans right now are definitely like extending the game.
So I'm gonna have to go 5, and then use my S as a 1, which is gonna feel totally wrong. But it's optimal.
Incredibly optimal for this situation.
Tails took my 2, I wasn't even shuffling. What was Tails trying to do?
So now that these pillars have fallen, they'll never come back up, so now these paths are permanently altered for the rest of the game. And these changes definitely extend the time that it takes to get around the map. Again, this board is long.
Oh no, Amy, don't take my 4, please.
Oh, she's coming for the 4. She's a coming. Better be shuffling.
Okay.
Oh! So, using an Eggman card when the game prompts you to use multiple
Number
cards
9.
just
That's a
okay.
monster.
That was definitely a turn. Don't use Eggmans while the game's asking you to use multiple cards because it just screws you right there and there.
Alright, let's see if I can get a 1. Yeah. So that's actually a pretty good stone 3. Especially by Nature Zone standards.
Especially with the barriers getting in the way like 2 times. You didn't need to go to that path, but like the risk was pretty high as a result of that situation.
So the remaining stone locations are top, bottom, middle, and bottom right. And
Yeah,
I
they're kinda
think
spread out.
the worst one right now would probably be bottom middle.
Yeah, they're pretty spread out
Because
right
Tails just got completely blocked off from that. This is gonna hit Tails, I think. Knuckles. Wow. Yeah, when it's diagonal distance, it's a bit hard to tell who's gonna get hit.
now. Especially since the game doesn't really give you a way to measure how far each space is from another space.
31 for Knuckles. That sounds like bottom middle with the Crocs up.
Eggbot's attack. So the way this works is that the solo player wants to stomp on the trio players. But the thing about this game is that the left leg cannot go all the way right and the right leg cannot go all the way left. So there are very obvious dead zones in order to avoid the legs. But as you get closer to the finish, the speed of the legs speed up. So he starts stamping faster, and then also on top of that, there are obstacles that will trip up the players and make them unable to move left or right, locking them in place, making them easier targets.
And I sacrificed myself immediately to hopefully make it end faster, but Knuckles is not doing a good job here.
Yeah,
Okay, there we go.
There we
Saved
go.
3 seconds. Wonderful.
3 seconds is 3 seconds, man. That's, what was that, 180 whole frames, or I guess in this case, 90 frames, since this game runs at 30 FPS.
Amy's 22 away. Yeah, I think it's bottom middle. I'm just gonna go here.
So he's just kind of stalling right now, waiting for the computers to get to the stone, so that he's in a really good position for the next stone to help keep his lead. Uh-oh. This item again.
Oh boy.
Oh no! Mini game time.
Jump the snake again.
You gotta unlock those mini games, bro.
Start.
The way you actually fell off the pillars.
Someday the computers are gonna die.
Yeah, right.
It's gonna happen. Tails jumped really early there. Are you sure you're not controlling Tails right now?
Listen, man. I won't reveal my secrets.
Nah, Tails is jumping really late now. It can't be you. Surely.
Listen, man. I've had some late jumps playing with Tails in this mini game. It could totally be me.
There goes
Oh my
Knuckles.
God.
Is Amy gonna win again? Or is Tails gonna win?
I think Tails is gonna win.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, look at that. I called it. That's my boy.
He won the coin flip. Oh, come on. Dude, I hate the computers on this map. They love that event space. They love it. Oh, but he's getting to the boat.
Where is he going?
You're almost there, and everyone is waiting for you. So that's actually a time
crazy.
save.
Yeah, that's the second time in a row that we've gotten the warp forward.
So good job, Tails. Wow, right there.
This is what happens when you believe in Tails. That's my boy. He always got the plan.
See what I said? They love the event space.
Who are you?
Start.
Same
Something
strategy.
about-
I'm just gonna grab the stuff next to me.
Something about Eggman just being launched into space in an open cage is so funny. Just killing. It's funny because in like IDW, there's like this whole like conversation going on like Twitter and other Sonic spaces about killing Eggman and stopping Eggman because he's always gonna go back to his old tricks. And then it's just like, well, if you want to do that, just play Sonic Shuffle. We're killing Eggman right now. What more can you ask for?
Success.
Tails wins it.
Alright.
Of course he wins, because he's that guy. He's my boy.
That's another 30 rings right in Tails' pocket.
Completely deserved.
I'll go with the 3 for now. Don't want to overcommit right now.
Committing to our dark mode, though.
Tails gets the 1, now he just needs a 4 or more.
Let's just hope he doesn't fumble the bag, man. That'll make me feel bad.
He's got the 4. And he's got the timing. Let's go, Tails. So now we're on to the 5th stone. That's either the bottom right, which everyone else is going to be able to get right away, or it's the top, which I'm pretty close to. Let me
You can
count
always
numbers
count
here.
on Tails. You can always count on Tails. That's my boy. Once again, I will always be here for you.
I'm 14 spaces away from the top center location. So I can go 5, spin dash, and then I'm 1 away. Oh, that's the void. But I'm still gonna go there. Because
That's actually not a bad space for Void.
Amy and Knuckles are right next to the next stone. And the great thing about this as well is that once I get that, the board quest is going to activate and I'm going to be right next to that. Thank you, Amy, for not magnifying me. I appreciate that. I do not appreciate stealing the 5.
I can't believe that you didn't get magnified. That's crazy. So the way that the board quest works in Nature Zone is that once the final stone becomes active is when the board quest activates. And it basically is, the final stone is locked away. No one can access it, so in order to access it, you have to land on a specific quest space in order to get a key. And then you bring the key to the door
I'm
of the
gonna reset
final
this.
stone.
That was
So
going
once
to
you
land
bring-
me on the random warp space.
Oh, that sucks.
I do not want.
So when you get the key, you bring it to the door of the final stone, and then you unlock the door. So then that completes the board quest, and it puts you 6 spaces away from the final stone. The only and this particular board quest is exactly why Nature Zone is essentially the longest board in the game, because barring all the other shenanigans that can happen that can make this board take longer, this board quest is mandatory. You cannot get the final stone. If you use a precious site item to try to warp to the final stone, the game says no, and you lose the item, and then that's it. That's the end of it. So essentially, you're adding 1 stone to however many stones you're playing. And it just artificially inflates the playtime because not only do you have to collect the key, you gotta bring it to the final stone. And other people can mess with you on the way. So, definitely not like a place that you should go whenever you're playing Sonic Shuffle, which you should, and then trying to have a quick game. Which you shouldn't have a quick game. This game is worth all your time.
Very true. Play Sonic Shuffle all day, every day. Do it. I dare you.
I'm not gonna make the obvious joke about every day and Sonic Shuffle. Somebody else can do that.
Some song that had to do with that.
Amy's got a lot of cards.
Amy
Why?
went back to the event space, because of course
Oh.
she did.
Well, never mind for beating your world record now,
Yeah, that's certainly not happening.
huh? Nature Zone. Every time.
I mean, I was already like 20 minutes behind after Firebird, I think.
Yeah, but if Fireboard was really good, and if Nature Zone was alright, and Riot Train was really good, you could have caught up, man. Thank you, Black Doom. You made it. I appreciate you. This is such a weird shape, but it's also like a bait. Like, this shape don't really need the level of precision that you think it does.
Okay, the computer does not like playing optimally here. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna go with that to fill in the floor. Go with that again. That again. And that
Since
again.
Scott is the top player, he's kind of at the whim of the computer. And as you can see, the computer is being really
Oh, why did
particular.
I do that? Doesn't like that. Give him one of those. I need to find the things that the computer actually likes. Which is
you're not
difficult.
getting. Oh my god, that's actually really funny.
And I lose.
Yep, you were completely at the whim of the computer. There's nothing you could have done, because he was just being incredibly picky.
Man, Knuckles has 2 stones now.
Man, the
The
Dreamcast really
4.
be sounding like a printer sometimes.
So I think the play I'm gonna go for here, because I have such terrible cards, is first I'm gonna hope no one takes my 6. So Amy, don't do it. Thank you. Now I need to try and steal a 3. I'm just gonna reset until I steal a 3. Cool.
What? That's good! That's so good! Sometimes, man, sometimes things just work out, but as you can see, Tails has been helping you out this whole entire game. He just gave you the 3 just there. Come on, show
Thank
off to my
you,
boy.
Tails.
Oh my god. What a lad. Always helpful to Sonic.
So now the last stone's gone, the board quest is going to spawn in. It spawns in at the top right corner of the map, which, since I'm at the top, that's pretty close.
That's, oh my god, Sonic and Tails working together, thing of beauty. Just trying to make sure Nature Zone isn't taking too long. He's just letting the RNG's happening for the entertainment, but Tails is like, alright Sonic, don't worry, I got you back.
Yeah, looking at the timer right now, I just unpaused the stream. This could actually be like my best Nature Zone ever.
Are you serious? And yet, despite all this, despite that, you saying that, there's still been a bunch of nonsense that's been happening in this game. That's how wacky Nature Zone can be.
Yeah, in my first world record run, when I got the first sub 4 hours, I had over 1 hour on the Nature Zone split.
Oh my god, that is nasty.
And on the current record, I think I had 40-something minutes.
Mm-mm. This is why you always bet on Tails, man. If I ever do speedrun this game, I'm just gonna go for Tails records. I'm not doing any percent.
Let's see if I can get another fast Sonic Cola here.
3, 2,
But will he get the rings?
Fast. And no explosion.
Whoa! Actually, is everyone winning faster than somebody losing?
I have not timed it.
Maybe we should find out.
Okay, Nature Zone split and world record is 37 minutes. I lied about that.
Oh, okay.
Still
You know,
pretty
maybe you
long
could-
though.
Maybe you can consider doing ILs. Versus, and just like use versus mode for it too?
No, but then you have duels, that's not accurate.
Well, fair enough.
Duels
just
will
gotta
slow
have-
you down a lot.
Guess you just gotta have multiple save files for ILs.
Twister, this is a pretty slow one, but you can get a lot of rings.
You can also get items, but the odds are pretty low.
I still have a speeder ult, don't I?
Mm-hmm. I think so.
And I have a low moonstone from the stop and go. I'm not getting these very well. Okay,
Put
there
me
we
in,
go, that's
coach.
a lot. They pushed me out of the way, man.
And you got hit. Dang. This is
I
just Windy
did not
Valley.
do too well that time. I'd be surprised if I got any more than like 30 rings. 30. Oh, only 18, yeah.
You still got third place though, so ultimately you got almost 30 rings total. Avoid
one. Plus 10.
Knuckles has See, who's magnified right now? Tails, right?
Knuckles is magnified.
Oh, okay. So Knuckles has a pretty good chance of stealing a stone from you.
There's 1s and 2s and an S out there. I'll just take it.
You want an event space or an event space?
5 away from the quest. Tractor beam tag. So in this game, every time the player outside of the tractor beam gets tagged, there's an animation and the timer pauses. So if I'm out, I'm going to try my best not to get tagged, and if I'm in, I'm going to throw.
So this is a pseudo 1 versus 3 game, even though it says versus 4. The way that it works is that 3 players have to work together to try to tag the player that has been released. And if they do that, then one person gets ejected at random. There is no order to it. So one person can get ejected like 3 times in a row. And basically, as long as you're not getting touched, you'll be able to collect rings. But if you're currently in the tractor beam, you'll lose rings. And the reason why this game is a bit of a weird game is because the trio has a greater max speed than the solo, but they can only achieve this greater max speed if they're all going in the same direction at the same time. So if one of the 3 deviates from the directions, it slows them down and they become essentially slower than a solo player. As a result, the best way to avoid the trio is to run around in a circle, or as you can see, a figure 8. Because at that point, the players cannot perfectly coordinate with each other in order to get the max speed that they need to touch a solo player, and then it essentially ends up being a super biased game in favor of the solo player. We actually
that was perfect.
We actually had to institute a soft ban in our online gameplay session where you can't go around in a circle and you actually have to go explore the map, because otherwise, as you can see, there's no way for the trio to ever win against a solo player. Okay, so
I'm gonna get stuck with the last card here.
Oh, you're sitting
and
west.
it's Eggman.
Oh.
If only Amy stood on that battle space.
Yeah. So somebody in the chat said the game is bafflingly designed. Every single decision makes you wonder, why did they make this decision?
Number 8 is bad.
Yeah, that's not good at all. I would reset, honestly. I'd soft reset. So here's some interesting things about Sonic Shuffle. Sonic Shuffle was co-developed by Hudson Soft, but Hudson Soft were not the primary developers. The people that they brought on from Hudson Soft primarily worked on the mini events and the mini games, while the core design, the core gameplay, and all that stuff were made primarily by Sonic Team. So this is an actually Sonic Team developed game, like the people who made Sonic Adventure. I'm pretty sure that even though Hudson Soft is not credited for anything but mini games and events, they were consulted on game design, because a lot of the design choices in this game are specifically made to be different from Mario Party. And one of the easiest ways that they decided to make it different from Party is by making it a highly strategic game with a thin veneer of like casual random fun. A lot of things for people who don't play the game like a lot will definitely magnifier and reduce sight. A lot of things will definitely feel like random or nonsensical, and I can tell you over the months, it's like actually a year at this point, that I've been playing this game on a more serious level as a hobby, a lot of their design choices kind of have come to light. it is incredibly complicated, and unless you take the time to learn about all this nuance and complication, the game will definitely feel disjointed in a lot of
Actually,
sections.
I'm gonna reset this. There's one thing I forgot to do. I should use my Low Moonstone right now.
Yeah, a lot of people like to compare this game to Mario Party, but I think the closest competitor to Sonic Shuffle would either be 100% Orange Juice or Dokapon Kingdom. I'm more familiar with Dokapon Kingdom as I haven't played 100% Orange Juice, but my friends played it a lot and they described it in a fair amount of detail, and it does seem like more of a spiritual successor to Sonic Shuffle than Dokapon Kingdom does. But either way, between these three games, there's a lot of thinking and a lot of what seems to be nonsense that goes into the gameplay, but ultimately in the long run ends up being like not random. It just the pieces take such a long time to fall into place before things start to click.
Okay, I got the 4, that's a little better. Now I just gotta hope I can steal a 1 next turn.
Like, this is like the type of game that once you learn how to play it, you can beat anybody that doesn't know how to play it without ever touching a minigame, which I think says something. Because like I know in Mario Party, as long as you're good enough at the minigames, they can make some generally smart ideas. The people who win the minigames the most tend to be the winners of the game. But in this,
I just saw my cards when I reset.
oh,
Did the Eggman wear off? I thought it didn't yet. Maybe
yeah,
it wears off after you move. This could be some new tech.
oh, we discovering things in this. Go. New tech in this game is incredibly fun to find out.
So I saw my first card was an S, is what I saw.
Really?
But is the Eggman still there? Because I honestly wasn't even looking. Look at that.
Wow.
So now I can look. So when I quit to title, it shows me my cards for a moment. I had no ones.
You mean going to title, it shows you your cards?
Yes. There's a brief moment during the load screen where your VMU shows you your cards.
Yes, it saves at the start of every player turn. So even if you're playing story mode for fun or you're just trying to unlock, there are some things locked behind story mode. You can save scum pretty easily. You just have to do it times.
But that is brand new tech to get around Eggman 8. You can just see your cards in the VMU for a little bit if you quit to title.
That is really silly.
And I'm just messing up the spinner right now. I don't know what's wrong with me.
You're flabbergasted at the tech that you just found for speedrunning, so it's just throwing you off. That's so cool, though! I can't believe the game shows you your cards, despite the Eggman 8 being in effect.
So really, Eggman 8 is just a 30-second time loss, and then you can know exactly where your cards are.
Granted, this only works in story mode for speedrunning. This doesn't work in versus mode, since versus mode...
It'll only work in versus mode if you're playing alone and using save states.
Maybe. Maybe.
So yeah, my hand was full of 2s and 3s, that's what I remember.
Oh, so after this S, you don't basically have... So you can probably focus on everyone.
I can spin dash though with all the 2s and 3s, that'll be good.
Fair point. Though I guess because you can't shuffle, this means that the computers have free reign over you. So it's not even like an impenetrable trick, or like a fool trick or whatever.
Yeah, but they're not gonna want my 2s and 3s, so I'm fine with that.
Oh man. The brain power required to play this single player or versus is hilarious. It's like the Rick and Morty meme. To be fair, in order to play Sonic Shuffle at a high level, you have a high enough IQ to understand the nuances of how Sonic Shuffle works on a turn-by-turn basis.
Okay, I actually have 2 5s in my hand, I can see it now.
Oh, let's go! More spin dashes. Definitely, they definitely brought the spin cheating over from Sonic or Sonic Adventure
Amy's
1.
going for Void.
Uh-oh. But Knuckles is magnified right now, so you're safe.
Hopefully.
Hopefully.
Knuckles is also winning right now. Because I have like no rings. Oh, let's go.
Okay. Okay, we're safe, we're safe. I'm gonna be real with you.
Yeah?
I'm gonna be real with you. Spin cheating is like one of the funniest terms I have Sonic speedrun.
Well, I'm actually not gonna do that right now. Because I have the last 2 5s in the hand, so I'm just gonna use my speed roll and use both of them.
Mmm.
And that will guarantee I get the board quest because I'm so far ahead.
Mm-hmm. We are cooking.
And dodge the monster.
Dodge the monster and dodge the mini.
If I had gone to the left, forgetting the monster was there, it's all over.
Yeah, absolutely. The thing with the monster on the field is that it acts like a barricade. Because Sonic Shuffle is a game where you actually have to land on the in order to trigger what the space is. And the exception to that rule is the monster. Having collision with the monster, not land, can trigger a battle. So for speedruns, it can be a bit of work around it. Though I guess for normal gameplay, not that big.
You're cutting out a lot.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Good. God, that joke is so old. Oh my god. I am self-reporting.
And it's another minigame, and they took both of my 2s, even though they weren't. They were literally the lowest numbers in play because of Eggman 10.
And we have another Over the Rainbow, so who knows what's gonna happen now? I think, are you gonna try to win? Maintain the ring emblem? Because Tails is kind of close.
I'm not worried about Tails right now. I
you're not
have
worried
2
about-
stones, I'm gonna get the quest, I'm gonna get another stone,
Fair enough.
and Tails is not winning. Knuckles is winning. Knuckles is the bigger threat, although he just got a stone stolen, so...
No, yeah, Knuckles ain't doing jack right now. We are vibing!
Yeah, see, they all have 1. They're all equal threats, really. It's just the ring difference.
I mean, you can probably stall a little bit in order to run the cards out so that you get aim for a 6.
Don't think I can stall. I think I'm gonna have to pick something here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's the last 3. I'm gonna want to take the 2, because the ones are still 4s.
How many ones are left? I think that we only have one left, right?
It's 1-1 and 1-2.
Oh, so a bit of a 50-50. Are they from on different characters?
Yeah.
Oh, hope you've been paying attention.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Tails
Let's go.
helping me out like usual.
Ah,
And the nice thing about using a 2 right now is that I'm now 4 spaces away, which means
Yeah.
I can use a 2 or a 4 to get there.
oh yeah, this works out so well. Tactics. Every single turn, there are tactics in this game.
No critical, because I don't need items.
Like, for real, bro. The level of looking forward, looking into the future, insight that a person can have in this game is astronomical.
Looking at my hand, I have 2 2s, I have a 4, I have 6 5s. There's no way that I lose
Oh,
the stone.
this game is as good as one. It's beautiful. You love seeing it come together thanks to your boy Tails supporting the runner from behind.
I just wish we had less battles right now.
Everyone wants to scrap a little bit. Can you blame them, man? It's only dubs they be getting because like you just be winning all the time.
Well, I literally have to win.
And that's probably like the one thing I hate about story, because not only does story mode force you to play with 7 stones, you have to get first blood. Those that don't know, when you play versus mode in Sonic Shuffle, you can choose how many stones to play with, because the objective of every game is to collect the stones. So if you pick 2 stones, you only have to collect 2 stones before the game ends. 7 stones, you gotta collect 7 stones before the game. Different from like the other board games that can end after a certain amount of time to help keep like the game flow pretty stable. So Sonic Shuffle's game length can be pretty variable outside of the stone count. So as such, you may want to play with less stones in versus mode because you don't got that much time. Then you can't play story mode because you always gotta play 7. You'll always get 7, no matter what. And as a result, that can just make the games just drag, be less fun and stuff like that. And then if you lose, if you don't know what you're doing is highly likely, then you gotta do the whole board. And it's just like, I don't want to play that. I tell people all the time, don't play story mode. Just get yourself a save file, complete a save file, play versus mode. You don't gotta deal
And play
with
on an emulator so you don't wait through all these giant load screens.
Yes, as you can see, the load times are pretty up there. Like if you really want to play on real hard, at least get yourself a Dreamcast with the or GDA EMU or something hard drive just to cut down times. The game is really good, but there are just some weird things that turn people off. Alright, so now we're gonna go to the final accident. This is a game you have to dodge trees and rocks and collect rings and then make a finish.
Yep, pretty simple, and whoever wins is just whoever picked up more rings on the way.
Now, the thing about this game is that there's a pattern that you have to recognize. You'll always get like rocks, rings, and tree, rocks, rings, and tree, something like this. As long as you keep track of the pattern that you're given, you'll always be able to have the ability to dodge incoming obstacles without much issue. Because the difficulty of this particular game is in a weird position. Like this is the easiest camera right now. One's like kind of so that's where the pattern recognition is incredibly handy in order to help make sure that you stay.
Although in this instance it doesn't really matter whether I win or not, because I have 3 stones at the quest, and I'm probably gonna have the most rings.
If you keep getting hit like that, dummy. Not only do you have to avoid the obstacles, but the game, for whatever reason, the devs were on some stuff. The game has what do you call it? Variable jump heights. There you go. So the longer you press the button, the higher you jump. So in order to really take advantage, particular
You're cutting out again.
Oh my god, what's going on? Let's see. Is that any better?
You'll have to talk more for me to know if it's any better.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, weird. But anyway, like I was saying, there's like a variable, and so you want to
cutting out. It's just like every few seconds it cuts out.
What in the world?
And then you come back. It's just like missing a few tenths of a second of what you're saying sometimes.
I think it's your Dreamcast loading that's just overriding me. Well, anyway, variable jump height. You got a short jump in order to really get the most amount of mileage out of that particular mini game. You do the really long jumps, it gets you. That's all I was gonna say. That's all I was gonna say.
Anyway, it's Riot Train. I'm gonna go for the perfect hand. I'm just gonna reset until I get 6644.
Are you serious?
Yeah,
Oh my god.
because that hand is literally perfect for spin dashing.
Yeah. Yeah. You get to see how strong spin cheating is now.
And I start with no sixes.
At least you don't gotta go to title. Now, Riot Train is the second board out of the two where all the stones are preset. So you know where each stone will spawn 100% of the time, as long as you either write it down or pay attention. So as such, he is trying to get a particular start so that he can play out the rest of or the way that he wants.
1 6 and 1 4.
Still though, asking for two hefty ask, don't you think?
Yeah, it's a bit much, but I think the time saving the turns is worth it.
Now, the thing about this is actually a pretty excellent segue. Sonic Shuffle, while it does have a lot of determined nonsense, deterministic AI, deterministic RNG, where if you input the...
You know what? I'm gonna take this.
You're gonna take that? Alright.
6
If you
6
input
5 5, good enough for me.
If you input inputs in a particular order at a particular... Now, with card RNG, card distribution, there is no wait. The cards you get at the start of a game are completely random, one tiny exception. Well, every player can only get one wild card. And by wild card, I mean the S card. No matter what, there'll be one S card in 3 players' hands and one Eggman card in the remaining player's hand. But outside of the wild cards, the cards you get are completely random. There have been some times where I've seen 4 6s, 2 5s in an S, and other 1s, 2 2. Sometimes you're just dealt a completely BS hand, completely random. There's no safety. There's no card waiting. You just gotta deal with it. So aiming for 2 6s and 2 4s because you're asking for reset. But because it's on Riot Train, which has all of the precious stones are predetermined, it can work out incredibly well in giving you.
Well, it's mostly just the first stone because it's so far away. Like the deck is gonna reset
Yep.
pretty soon after the first stone.
Yep. The first stone is of Riot Train is actually feels like stone because you're in just such an awful position to. As a result. Now, the gimmick of Riot Train is that the train cards will come and go based on which stone was recently collected, but then also on top of that, train. So there's like an whenever you precious stone, the person who's furthest away from that collected precious stone will get 16. The verticality actually and who gets punished. So somebody who's on the top of the train and less spaces away, someone who's on the top of the train, more space, and someone who's on the bottom of the train and closer may not get hit with 16 tons because the actual distance from them to the stones.
Yeah, and a similar thing can happen on other maps. It's just less noticeable.
Yeah, it's most prominent in Riot Train and 4th Dimension Space.
Yeah, 4th dimension space, you'll see some very strange 16 tons. But Riot Train, it's mostly a factor for the first one. Like if you are where Tails is right now versus where Knuckles is on the battle space, they're basically the same distance away from the stone, even though Tails is like 5 spaces ahead of Knuckles.
Yep. When we get to 4th Dimension Space after this board, we're gonna see why it's so for like 16 tons and that are normally held pretty consistent.
That Sonic DJ was just pure inflation. Everyone got like 30 rings.
It's a paycheck, man. It's called a paycheck. Everyone out here on the grind, 9 to 5, trying to earn money for the baby mamas. Now, that space is called a rotating space. And the way that it works is if you try to pass over it, there is a 50-50 chance that you will either continue onward like nothing happened, or be sent back to where you came. The only way to avoid the 50-50 is to land on the rotating space, waste the turn, and then on your next turn, move off of the rotating. To make the deliberate decision, whether you gamble on the 50, pass it in a, or deliberately cut your turns or in half into 2 turns in order to get by it safely.
Yeah, I'm not sure why you're cutting out still. You might want to look into the Discord settings and probably like get rid of the noise gate.
All right, I'll do that right now.
Turn off like automatically determine input sensitivity. I think that's what you should do. Tails just got a block height. And Knuckles is going to use another speed roll. Knuckles is zooming. And he got rid of both the 3s.
What evil invention should I use this time?
Eggman 11. This is going to force him to move 1 space for the next 3 turns. Which is good because I'm going to get the stone next turn, which means he's going to go to the right, and there's only ring spaces to the right. Alright, here is a new mini event for us. The stone in the wall. And when you look at that, Amy just got 50 rings, just like that. And here's another way you can save scum. If it's a brand new deck on your turn, you can quit to the title until you get the cards you want. So I need an S for this turn, so that's what I'm going for. As you can see, resetting is very useful. Save scumming in a lot of situations is very useful. It's useful if you mess up, which hopefully never happens, but I've done it several times. It's useful for re-rolling a hand you don't like. And there's a few more situations, but they're much rarer and won't come up. So now I get my S, I get to go straight over to First Stone. And I'm actually going to use my 5 to kill it. That way I can keep the 2 3s for spin dash later. Just think of it in terms of the raw distance I can move with my cards. If I go 5 and 3, I move 8 spaces in total. If I go 3 and then the spin dash makes it 6, that's 9 spaces. So I'm actually moving farther if I use the 5 in battle instead of the 3. And so here the 16 tons is landing on Tails. Even though Amy is more spaces away, Amy is directly above the stone, which means Tails is physically farther away, and that's what GH was trying to explain earlier. And this map is really good for Tails. And Tails is already in a really good position to take advantage of it. So in that third car, where Tails is in right now, Tails is able to use his own special spaces to go below, and that dodges both a spinner space and saves 2 spaces on traveling past it normally. So he gets to go faster and with no risk. Now we're into number jump. This is a minigame I mentioned before. It's really fast and it's like guaranteed 30 rings for me. All I have to do is mash A. There's no number 3, so gotta wait for there to be a number 3. And Tails stole it. This is a really bad number jump. Most of the time in number jump, you're just able to mash A, get to number 9, wait for the last one to become a 10, and then you win. But in this instance, I think in story mode, it's a little bit random.
Sorry about that, y'all. My microphone driver died, so I had to reboot.
Welcome back. I need to turn up your volume a bit now.
Okay, so am I still sounding spotty or am I good now?
You're good now.
Alright, fantastic. What did I miss?
You missed me getting the first stone,
Ah,
and that's about
beautiful.
it. Also, Knuckles got Eggman 11. So he's gonna be a slow boy now.
Yeah, hopefully that means he gets to stay out of the way. Because he's been causing a lot of nonsense this whole entire time.
Yeah, luckily, his 3 movements with Eggman 1 are all forced to be ring spaces, so they'll go quick. And Amy is not getting lucky with the spinner.
That just means our boy Sonic and Tails get to control the board for the rest of the game.
Yeah, at this rate, I'm considering going for Stone 4. I would normally go for Stone 3. But since Amy is just getting so unlucky, I might have to go for Stone 4.
Oh, Discord said that your application has been minimized.
Oops, that's my bad.
Alright, there you go. Oh, this minigame. This minigame is actually incredibly chaotic, all things
Dude, I
considered.
bumped into Tails and he just knocked me out of the way. That sucks.
This is the new Sonic hero. Sonic is dead now. Ever since he was murdered.
Man, they really left me with nothing.
Yeah, what are they cooking?
They took my 3s. Even though there were higher numbers left.
Well, let's see. What car was the third Precious Stone on?
It's on the first car.
Right, so if Tails gets this, you should
Amy's
be able
gonna
to...
be in a good spot. If she fails to get past the spinner again. Yeah.
That is... Wow. Now she won't take the other route. That's crazy. I mean, you can get to where Amy is, right? Oh, not in time.
My hand sucks, I'm not going anywhere.
What is your hand right now?
It's 1 and 1.
Oh, you know what you should have done? It's way too late now, but you should have had like a camera so people could see your hand. Plus we get to see that nice APM camera. Beautiful. Alright, our boy Tails got the second emblem. Precious Stone, rather. He's still living large and in charge. It's all good.
Probably gonna take the helicopter next turn. This is gonna hit Amy, of course.
Deserved.
Yeah, after not taking the top path after getting turned back 3 times in a row. Knuckles is now going to start heading to the left. White mode.
Gonna get paid tonight. Let's go. Actually, are there any shots that you would be taking on this board? Isn't it the Ringidium towards the end, right?
The Ringidium is on the first car. Oh, I don't want to go
Right.
that way.
Right. So you'll be aiming towards the end. So you kind of need the range right now. Oh, Tails! What's going on? That's not helpful.
Eggman 15, that's good. So now, on Tails'
Never mind,
turn,
it is helpful.
all of his spaces are going to be lose ring, so he can't get any mini games, he can't get any battles.
Dang, I can't believe I didn't trust in my boy. He actually is being helpful right now.
Yeah, Amy's getting this for sure.
Damn, I actually got 60 rings.
And
Pink Girl Summer right
go
now.
here, grab myself a speeder old.
See, if that was me, I would have gotten the magnifier because I just want to mess people up. When I'm having fun in this game, I just want to make other people suffer.
And Tails got the
Oh.
bad helicopter.
That is a super awful world. Does he even have enough rings for the voice space?
Nope.
Almost. Almost. I think one more minigame will put him over the edge.
Spin dash, huge. Enormous spin dash right there. If Tails had gone to the
Spin
left,
dash. Oh, dang. New hand and everything. Now here comes Amy. Amy, more like Lamey. She finally got the stone though, so then now we're gonna get the third stone over by where Tails is, right?
yes.
Yeah.
And my hand is terrible.
Dang, what you got? What you got?
Well, I have 2 5s, but the problem is, if I use them optimally, that's gonna put me just past the stone in a way that I can't actually go that way.
Oh, dang, that sucks.
Although actually there is a way to avoid that issue. I just
So
figured it
much-
out.
So much thinking ahead you gotta do in this game in general, and then Sonic just kind of like adds on top of it.
So if I go to the spinner space that's right next to the quest, that'll be perfect.
Oh, I see what you're trying to do. Okay, okay, okay.
I also just really hope that Tails doesn't use the helicopter right now.
You know he's going to, right?
See? I'm 10 away. Which means if I get past the spinner next turn, which I'm gonna make sure that happens.
Oh,
Look
'cause
at
you're
that.
just gonna reset until you get it?
Yeah.
Wow,
So-
Tails!
Eggman 10.
Eggman 10! Oh my god.
Tails
Look at
is
this.
coming in clutch right now.
This isn't a Sonic run. This is not Sonic story mode. This is Sonic and Tails' story mode. Because he's helped you out in significant ways every single board so far.
And he's stealing the 3 for some reason. So now, I spin dash my way over to the stone. He's spin dashing again. That's the wrong move, Sonic.
Mm-hmm. Alright, try it again. It's a mulligan. The first one doesn't count. Man, I love Ride Train. I think like Ride Train and Firebird are my 2 favorite boards of this game, but I'm not. I think I'm finally starting to lean towards Ride Train in terms of like my overall favorite board, because the gimmicks are just really fun and the tactics and strategies are pretty abundant. It's just a really well-made board in my opinion.
We're getting unlucky here.
Mm-hmm.
Might have to do some low-key RNG manipulation.
Third time's a charm, though, right? You'll get it
Surely.
this time. Easy. Surely.
We're gonna do some pseudoscience here.
Excuse me? What does that entail?
Pseudoscience.
What does that entail?
So we're loading into the map. Ring spaces are back to normal. I'm gonna go right, left, down,
messing
up.
Okay, that's not
Alright.
pseudoscience. The RNG in this game is deterministic.
We hit the combo. Let's go.
Yeah, see, you just have to manipulate the C a little bit.
And I think I'm gonna get rid of the 6 because the AI is almost definitely gonna use it. Unless I leave it for Tails to get. No, I'm using it.
You don't trust in your little buddy that much? Damn, the flex crit too? So, I've mentioned before how getting a critical in story mode will get you 2 items from normal enemies, and in versus mode it lets you steal more rings from other players. But when you get criticals against bosses, it doesn't actually do anything. So really just aiming for the crit against bosses is just you trying to flex against the other players.
It saves the quarter second of waiting for the card to flip again.
Save the frames.
And this time Tails got hit because the car went way far away.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Oh no. I hope no one uses that.
That's a really bad one.
Amy is rich enough. See, Tails has got his own force. He's fine. What is Knuckles doing?
He's going for the void space.
He doesn't have enough rings.
Oh, he doesn't?
Only Amy has enough.
Very interesting. Didn't get the crit. What an actual casual.
Is that all you got?
Amy is battling. She's probably gonna go for the void space.
Talk about putting the cart before the horse, right? The enemy designs in Sonic Shuffle are just super surreal. I like the ones that I will coast the most because I think the designs make the most amount of sense relative to the board. Some of these ones are actually pretty silly too. A Reducite? Oh no.
Oh, which way do I want to go? I think I want to go for the helicopter. Because Tails has got Stone 5.
Definitely. Uh-oh. What is he cooking? Oh!
The S-Burns.
The S-Burn! What in the world? Okay, so by S-Burns, what we're meaning to say is whenever you're selecting multiple cards, if you pick an S card as one of the cards, it doesn't actually do anything. It just discards the S cards and then the game tells you to pick another card instead. So essentially, you're wasting or burning an S card whenever you're picking multiple cards, and that's why we call it card burn. It's a fantastic way to waste cards from other players' hands in order to put them in more disadvantageous positions and make it so that they can't carry out their strategies, because a lot of the times players will hold on to S cards for a more opportune situation where it can give them some strong leverage on other players based on what's going on. card burning is not even necessarily limited to just wasting S cards, but card burning can also extend to just using a lot of cards for no good reason. Like if I gotta move 5 spaces, right, and I use like all 4 of the 5 cards to move 20 spaces, and I go like around in a circle, I'm burning cards. Or if you're in a battle against an enemy that has 2 HP and then you end up using 5 cards with an item, that's also burning cards because you don't need all that excess. It essentially amounts to intentionally wasting the card.
Amy took the long way around, that's weird.
Probably didn't want to gamble with the rotating space, I'd assume.
She
but
literally
yeah,
did gamble with the rotating space.
Oh, so that's what you meant. I missed that.
Do you also want a precious stone?
If she'd gone left, it would be 5, but she went to the right, down, past the rotating space to get 7.
Alright, that works.
It's not me, and that's what counts. Would have been better if Amy landed on Knuckles, because Knuckles has nothing. But now Amy has 2 stones.
Yeah, but she wouldn't have been warped away, so she might have been. She would have been able to stay there and like farm things for like mini games or something.
That is not a far warp.
What the? Well, at least she's broke.
As long as Tails doesn't land on a minigame for us. I'm just gonna go 2. I don't know if the 1s are gone. If the 1s are still 4s right now. Let's go, Tails. Not landing on the minigame.
Blocking the lower path. And he gets a fresh deck.
And I have a terrible hand.
Ooh.
6 is what I need for the helicopter.
What type of warp are you gonna get?
Better than what Tails got.
Mm-hmm.
That
Tails
should be
got
right
it.
next to stone 6.
Yep.
That's exactly what I want. The only problem is I don't have any 5s in my hand, so I'm gonna have to use a speed roll. You know what I just realized? We didn't have any accidents on Nature Zone.
Oh, you're right. What weird timing.
Yeah, so we're on less than 1 accident per map on average right now.
Like, there are just some things about this run that are incredibly cursed, and other things about this run that would have been so at home for, like, world record base. Oh my god. They all grabbed it like that at the same time. Are you using the advice I mentioned about how to really win this game?
Yeah, I've thought about that before, looking for right or X. And there are not very many things to grab on these.
Yeah, kind of empty. What the hell are they moving? Oh, the item! Let's go!
Accidentally hit right instead of up.
Yeah, that looked like a misinput.
So I think I got 1 item and Amy got 1 item.
Oh wait, there were 2. Okay, I missed Amy getting the second item. 'Cause
I think
don't
Amy
remember
got her
seeing
item
one.
first.
Ah.
Turbo speed roll, that's huge. And Stop Knight. I really hope she doesn't use that.
Oh! Tails activated the quest? Might be too far out of the way for you though.
Yeah, Knuckles is getting that. Which I do not mind.
That was like not even a turn. That's some good luck on Knuckles' part. He just likes wasting time though. This is a big time. This is a big time waste.
Yeah, I'll go 3 to the left. Now I have a 4 in my hand, so I can go 4 to the right.
But it shuffles, so that Tails doesn't take it though.
He's not gonna take it against a 5.
Oh, it's a 5. I miscounted.
Yeah, it's only the 4th stone that's 4 health.
Alright, Tails got his stone back. Maybe not his stone, but he got his stone back.
The only wild card here is Amy. If she uses that Stop Knight, that is gonna be very bad.
Well, it depends on where she uses it though, right?
Yeah. But if she completely cuts off the left edge of the map, that is a problem. Like if she uses it right where she's standing right now, which she wouldn't because the next stone is to the right, but still. But she could use it right there and it would be absolutely terrible.
I mean, it's not gonna happen though since your turn's gonna come before us. Someone would have to make you lose a turn.
Yeah, but I mean for the final stone.
Ah, fair enough.
So I just used a 4, so I'm gonna use my speed roll here, and hopefully grab something good. So that way I can keep my 4 and use it for a spin dash next turn. Well, so much for that.
Yeah. Oh, that sucks.
It's fine. I have a turbo speed roll, I can go crazy if I need to.
Such whimsical music. This game is such a varied soundtrack. The lad getting hit again. You hate to see it. What a
That's
voice.
nice and out of the way.
Yeah.
And Tails just lost his rings.
That's such a good voice.
And Tails has
Oh,
a
here
5
he
to get
comes.
away ASAP. That is
Lord,
fast.
he's coming. Yeah, he's zooming. Or not. Wow. Okay. Just doesn't want to go on the main cars. Alright, now what is Knuckles cooking?
Is he gonna get turned around? Yeah.
Yes. Oh my god.
And Amy doesn't use the Stop Knight. We're chilling.
Yeah, she's behind you essentially, so I don't think she can use it on you.
I don't know who has the Eggman. Well, it's not Knuckles.
Ooh. Hey, that's not really moving too much now, is it?
Oh, that's fine.
It's fine, he says. I mean, you still burn the card so that we can get to a new deck pretty fast now.
And I now have enough rings to buy a Ringidium. So I might want to stick around here to do that. I'm gonna guess Tails has the Eggman card. No.
Oh. And then we got a mini game again. That's
Well, I've got a 1 in 3 chance to get the Eggman card right now. Over the rainbow again. This one's gone pretty fast, though.
yeah, you're right.
Whoa!
3, 2, 1, go!
Dang, I couldn't predict the right button.
Alright, hope Tails wins.
Tails wins.
Let's go! That's beautiful! You always love to see the boy in a position to get a dub.
Tails got the most rings now.
As long as it's not Amy, right?
One. I'll take it. So now we get the new hand, and
yeah.
hopefully I'll have a 5 to go to the shop.
Okay, Tails guessed wrong.
Should I use this time?
12.
This is one.
Don't take from Tails' hand.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, Amy
And
gets-
hopefully no one else does either.
I feel like it's gonna happen.
I do not have a 5, but I have an S.
Uh-oh. This is a pretty dangerous situation right now.
We prioritize speed here.
So I'm gonna guess you're gonna let her have the final the thing and then go for rings?
I'm gonna go for clear minigame.
Ah, fair.
Because
At least now
unlike
you can
laggy
mash.
net play, I can actually mash on the Dreamcast.
Now hold up, man. Don't make it sound like the Netplay experience is garbage, man. You're gonna scare
It's
people
only when
away.
you're mashing. And this is one of the times when you're mashing. And hey, Tails finally got a good helicopter.
There are two ways we play Netplay. We play Netplay through an emulator that uses rollback netcode, basically. And I'm not going to go into the details. If you're really interested in rollback netcode, you can look that up. Another way is through delay-based netcode. Now, whenever we play rollback Sonic Shuffle, the game will lag a lot on mashy minigames simply because of how the netplay works. So if you want to play mashy minigames, or if you don't want to deal with any sort of like issues or stuttering because of a lot of mashing, then delay based is the best way to go. But since me and the boys like that nice quality offline feeling, we tend to play with rollback. So one of the worst things for us is when we have to play in Riot Train and we end up having to do the super mashy minigame, which just causes a bunch of lag.
As long as Amy kills the final stone next turn, we're good. Because Tails has the most rings. Or if Amy dies to the stone, we're also good. Because then she loses rings.
Mm-hmm. Just gotta mash harder than the computer. I think she's gonna lose rings. She's gotta break.
There's a 6 left,
Yeah.
she can do it. No.
And she doesn't. That's 60 rings lost. That's all of it. She lost all of her rings.
It's maybe the worst thing that could happen too, because next turn she might not be able to kill it.
Maybe you can get there in time.
I mean, I'll try. But she broke the rule of don't steal from Tails.
She might do it again, honestly, and it'd be really funny if that's the case, because then she'd be down for it too.
No, I think Tails is not going to be Eggman's anymore.
I thought it was Eggman 3 turns. There should be one more turn, right? Then
I
again,
feel like it's
now
been
that
3
she's-
turns, but I don't know.
Now that she has collected rings, she shouldn't be out for a turn now.
Alright, 2 items that quick.
Now we just vibing with the rings.
If I'd gone for the up, I would have beat Tails with port priority.
Right, this game has port priority. And for those who aren't familiar with that phrase, basically what that means is when it comes to selecting things like selecting cards or selecting items, if multiple players select an item at the same item at the same time, the game will award the item to the person with the highest port. In this case, highest port is A and lowest port is D. Yes, it does have port priority. So this game has port priority. So if Tails and Sonic tried to grab the same bag of rings, Sonic would get it because he's port A. There are some games like Psychic Sonic that don't have port priority, but there are a fair amount of there's a fair amount of port priority. The most
Speeder
significant
old Shuffire.
the most significant game that has port priority would be the dueling minigame, where players have to fight each other. That is actually a pretty major situation where port priority impacting the outcome can be a bit of an annoying thing.
Is there still a 6 left? I don't think so.
I don't think so. Yeah, there's no 6s left and there's only one S left. But even if
So
she
she's
uses
got the
yes,
S.
that's only a 5!
Well, that's good, because now, next battle cannot lose.
I mean, I guess the S was
And
the
she
best
got
choice.
rings from the minigame, so she can
Yes.
actually battle again.
Yep.
As long
She
as
has
there's
no
still a
rings
1.
now.
So I am gonna keep farming rings.
Boy, you were about to go all the way over there. Oh, come on, Tails. The carbuncle ate itself. Ha 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 ha.
Oh, nice stop night.
Very, very good timing, I guess.
What?
What? Are there ones left?
There is
Yes?
a 1 left.
That's very interesting. Okay, Tails. I guess he's just trying to give you the ring out. The ring emblem?
16, Tails rests.
Yeah, you're gonna get the ring emblem now. Tails is such a good lad. He's helping Sonic out every
Well, there goes the
and
last
that was
one.
the last one.
Although Annie can't use it anymore, so...
What is she doing?
I don't know why she did any of that.
World? I don't. Okay, see, like I try to learn a lot about this game, but like AI really just be stumping me sometimes. This don't be making no sense. Oh,
And
that's unfortunate. And that means the combo's broken too.
bungee jump.
Oh, no, you can get a lot of rings now.
Imagine I get a precious sight for winning this.
If you do, you're gonna use it?
Yeah.
Oh, let's go! Let's aim for a precious sight. Everybody, give him your energy. So this is also another a fake 1 versus 3 minigame. The goal of the game is for the solo player to collect the force jewels, the items on top of the player's heads. If he does, the person of whom he collects from gets rings and he gets the item of the person who he collects from. But if he fails, like he just did, the scrub, he'll lose 20 rings. So the players can either choose to give the solo player more of an advantage in exchange for some extra rings if they're needed, or they can make him miss so that he can lose rings and shrink the amount of rings he earns. It's a very interesting minigame, definitely.
Come on, Amy.
There have been a lot of times with that one particular minigame where people are screaming at the end of it, "Why didn't you let me collect your thing?" Or "Why did you not let me collect your thing?" It's actually really, really funny to play with other people.
And we're Sonic cooking again.
Mm-hmm.
Their medium wore off at the wrong time.
There is a joke effect being made right now, but I'm not going to do it because this is a nice stream. Oh my god, that mash! Yo, she got you immediately.
I want that ring. I'm not getting that ring.
Nope. Oh, they're pushing you into the corner. Uh-oh. Is she going for it? She's going for it. Oh, she
She's
stopped.
not going for it.
I wish she did because I wanted everyone to see the special attack. Oh my god! Nah, she really was cooking. She cooked your ass, for real. Those
Yeah,
flips
let's
that
see
she
the
did,
damage.
those flips that she did were actually primed. Those were really
She only
good
got
flips.
13.
She was more interested in causing you harm than actually making herself rich. Oh, and the ring idiom is done.
Tails is battling, come on.
Maybe he's trying to help you out a little more. Oh man, we got just over 50 minutes left. Do you think you'll be able to beat fourth dimension space within 50 minutes?
Fourth dimension space is the smallest map.
Yeah? Yeah,
It is. It is probably the fastest one, if you get any kind of luck.
But what about the black hole?
Simple, I just be the one that get the last zone and avoid it completely.
Wow, you hear it here. You heard it here, folks. He's just gonna avoid the black hole. Now, what is a black hole, you may be asking? Boy, will you find out. Definitely.
Amy is so slow.
She is just wasting our time. She's not even in it to win anymore. Out on a picnic. And she takes the 5. Dude, I would have gone to collect the final on my own by now. Absolutely. Especially now that the ring idiom is done. Do you have another?
No, I don't.
Ooh, dang.
I mean, I could go get another, but it's like
Why?
giving up the ring emblem.
Come on, man. Go over there. Everyone is being really dumb with their movement right now. Oh my god, what is this?
Surely she doesn't get
Okay.
turned back. Thank goodness.
They wasted like the last 5 minutes for real, just because.
More like the last 10 minutes.
Oh yeah, you're right. Oh my god, that's horrible.
And this is why the estimate's 4 hours.
No!
Wow!
There is no way.
Nah, this is fake. We live in a simulation.
There is actually no way that just happened. That is one of the silliest things I have seen. Tails is like, I've had enough. I'm going there, Sonic. I will finish the board for you, Sonic. Don't you worry, Sonic. Keep collecting the rings, Sonic.
Oh look, another Carbuncle ate itself. Now Amy literally cannot lose.
Oh yeah, but she definitely wasted our time. Oh my god, that was so wacky.
Dude, this is supposed to be why I played with normal computers. They really turned on their easy mode right now.
They hit the easy button. We over here at Office Max. Wait, is that Home Depot? No, no, Office Depot. There you go. I don't remember.
So now we finally get to play that mashing minigame that we told you about like 20 minutes ago.
Who would have thought that would have happened? I was thinking Right Champ was going to be pretty fast, but oh, now we actually are at great risk of hitting the estimate. This should have been over. This board should have been over like 15, 20 minutes ago. The mashing minigame is pretty straightforward. You have to mash either A or B, depending on what color is active. If you mash the wrong color, you'll give your rings to the players. If you don't mash at all, you just lose rings. I love this song. This song's name is called The Silver Drop. And it's just such a nice... I'm not even sure what genre of song you call this one in video games. It's definitely one of my top tracks in this game. Now you can tell who's mashing faster based on how many rings you see jump up from the character. It's a pretty long mashing game, all things considered. So if you mash it as fast as possible, it's definitely like an endurance test. You gotta let your arm cramp up or something. In general, mashing Sonic Shuffle is way harder than the other part of board games. Like I think on average you mash way harder in Sonic Shuffle than anything. Which is saying something. Because I know like Mario Party got a lot of mashing. Like serious hard mashing.
And that minigame is also another reason why I play with normal computers, because the more everyone contributes, the faster the train stops.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, nice. 69 viewer raid.
That's sick! Oh, it's Emerald! Hey, Emerald!
Let's go, Emerald. You are all just in time to see the last map in the run, which is probably the fastest map if you play reasonably well.
Thank you everyone for joining. We are in the last stretch of the Sonic Shuffle 90% speedrun. Unfortunately, he couldn't get a PB, he couldn't get a world record, but you know what? He had some really wacky moments. So y'all should check out the VOD after this is over.
Yeah, world record ended before Riot Train ended in this run.
Yeah.
That's actually kind of crazy. And I got one quick thing to get into before we jump straight into Fourth Dimension Space. This map is crazy. This map's going to take some explaining. But beyond that, we are raising money for Able Gamers. Able Gamers is a fantastic charity, and I would highly suggest, if you've been enjoying the Shuffle content, throw in some money our way. We've got some awesome incentives right now. I mentioned it earlier, but I'll mention it again. My favorite incentive we got up right now is the bid war between the Japanese and American soundtracks for Sonic CD. Exclamation point donate for more information and to send some money our way for Able Gamers.
Okay, so Fourth Dimension Space, like Witherman just said, is an absolutely insane map. And the reason it's so weird is because all of the spaces are laid out on the inside of a sphere.
Not only are the spaces laid out on the inside of a sphere, this is basically like the only map that has branching paths on the way to the stone. As a result, the mechanic where the game tells you the fastest way to get to the stone may not actually always be accurate. So it really does give you the sensation of being lost in space. Sometimes the game will tell you that you're 5 spaces away, but because of branching paths, you can use more or less than 5 spaces in order to get to where you need to go. On top of that, there are some other pretty interesting mechanics about this board, some of which you'll see later. But one for now that I'd like to explain is that the board quest for Fourth Dimension Space requires all the players to land on the event spaces 5 times total between all 4 of them. So if Sonic lands on 3 event spaces, Tails lands on 1 event space, and Knuckles lands on 1 event space, Knuckles will trigger the board quest for himself. But considering the Fourth Dimension Space, all 4 players can actually trigger the board quest, where with other boards, only 1 player can trigger and complete the board quest. So it's actually pretty unique in that fashion. But because for the speed run, in order to do the board quest, you have to land on event spaces. It's very time consuming. So this is one of the boards that has less leeway for you to actually win, simply because going out of your way for the quest means wasting a lot of time on event spaces. Also, just generally, because it's on a spear and the 16-ton is based upon physical, like actual distance from the last stone, that means the 16-ton landings can be a bit weird or unexpected. So, good luck if you ever find yourself in fourth dimension space and you're having a close game. Man, why is everyone broke? We just started.
There's a lot of lose ring spaces at the start,
Yeah, there really is, isn't there?
and we haven't had
That's
any
it.
mini games yet.
Oh yeah, you're right. The enemy designs in fourth dimension space are super surreal.
Big
And
man's
just
gone.
like that. Yeah, just like that, Eggman's gone.
Tails still has his S, I think.
So basically, all the hands are pretty safe right now as long as you have a general or where.
Oh yeah, Knuckles would still have his S as well. There is a mini game.
All right, here we go. Time for a paycheck. What minigame is it?
Over the rainbow. For the fourth
Oh my
time.
God. See, I won.
I mean, it's
Use
pretty
the-
fast, so I'm not complaining.
You don't want to show people all the interesting minigames that this game has?
2, 1, go!
We could do an all minigame speedrun.
Oh my god,
That could be a new category.
Dude, that would take so long. What are you talking about? That was okay. You know what? Maybe you were cooking when you said this minigame was fast because that one was incredibly fast. What in the world? Not But now we got Amy with 40 rings. That's a lot. But another interesting thing about fourth dimension space is that it only has one accident minigame. Every single board except fourth dimension space, so Emerald Coast, Firebird, Nature Zone, and Riot Train have 2 accident minigames, and I'm not counting the final end of board accident, but specifically the ones in the middle of the game. Fourth dimension space, however, only has 1 accident minigame. So if you ever find yourself getting into an accident on fourth dimension space, it's going to be one particular minigame.
And luckily for us, it's a minigame where the computers don't usually do super well.
I think one other interesting thing about fourth dimension space is that the shops in general are really expensive on average. Like I looked over the shops for fourth dimension space, and I think like the average cost of items on this board are like 15 to 20 rings higher than the
Well, it's a
other
good thing
boards.
we got Psychic Sonic then.
3, 2,
Yeah,
1,
best mini game in the whole game. Alright, so you're gonna go for the full 165 this time?
I'll do my best.
Oh, he's looking for it.
I
So
almost
since
thought
it's
that was A for a moment.
Almost!
That was Y?
Oh,
That looks
yeah,
so much
yeah,
like A.
You have to look in the top right corner to look for the little bump that the Y has that you can't find on the A. It's like a little belly.
That looked fully like Y at the end.
Where are you looking on the card, man?
I looked at the top left.
No, you gotta look at the top right. The top left of the A and the Y overlap completely. It has to be the top right. $30 rings, that is nothing. You dropped the ball so hard, brother.
Come on, man.
And straight into a mini event. Computers up to the usual shenanigans.
They want to get the quest shown off.
If they actually get to 4 event spaces, are you gonna try to board quest?
I might.
What is this, number 3?
Yeah, I think that's number 3.
Shield Quartz. This can get really fast. We are not moving.
Well, I gotta go down. I don't think Tails can kill the stone.
This would be 3 HP, huh?
There might be 1-3 left. I don't remember though. Yeah, there's 1-3. And Tails got it.
That's because Tails is that guy. You can always count on Tails. He helps Sonic beat Zavik, you know? That's canon. Twice. That's my boy. Alright, what are we cooking?
Knuckles. He has nothing to
You got no
lose.
rings. Yeah. Never mess with a man that has nothing to lose and everything to gain.
And Void Space is in the final location.
What is that?
Where is Knuckles? He should be pretty close. No, he's 18. That sounds like it's in the Big Dipper then. There's only ones left. Which means I cannot win a battle. So I gotta go left.
I think this is like, what, the second time that you've been left with. That's not something that actually happens too often, surprisingly.
Sonic Tank.
Sonic Tank, a new minigame. Thank you.
Do I
This is actually
usually
one-
run this? No. I usually run Ratchet and Clank.
Okay, alright.
But this game is very near and dear to my heart, so I make sure that I have the record. If anyone ever gets close, I'll run it again.
Well, we're gonna grow our little community big, so that's gonna be an inevitable. Oh yeah!
Very nice of Amy to run into that bomb.
For real. Wow, you stopped shooting for that nice, that picture perfect ending. $20 for winning, 20 for the 2 kills I got. Somehow Amy got the credit on Tails, I guess. Oh, did you hear the music speed up just there? Poor Knuckles. He's jobbing pretty hard right now.
And that was
It's
the
deserved,
4th
though.
event space, so next event
Oh.
space is the quest.
Are you gonna do it? Medium? Oh no, this is shenanigans going on.
I'm using the 6 and I'm going wherever it takes me.
Oh. You should have gone for the event space, brother. Oh, the computer's thinking.
So the spot where I am, I would consider probably the most central location in the map. You're not more than like 16 spaces away from any stone location.
Yeah, there's a lot of thinking that goes into play for this particular map.
Let's see if
Especially if
Amy
you're
can
not
get the
comfortable.
stone. She's 6 away, she stole my 6. I'm okay with that.
you're still in the position for event space then. For speedrun category, it's hardware only simply because they haven't made a section for emulator. And the reason why is because the load times for Sonic Shuffle on real hardware are pretty significant over the course of a whole run. That's like, maybe an extra 10 minutes at most?
Something like that.
Yeah. So a huge 10-minute difference just because of load times would probably make emulator deserving of its own category.
Yeah, I'm pretty much like the only active leaderboard mod for this game, so I could just do that. Of course, if there's not any interest to run on emulator, then why bother?
Yep.
Okay,
Besides,
where is it?
This game is more fun to play with other than it is to speedrun. Because the speedrunning this game is a pain. It's such a pain. I don't actively speedrun it, but I have learned about it, and I've watched Scotto's VODs and stuff. And it's just like, you know, I'm just gonna play online instead. I'm just gonna play online with friends. We're gonna do like tournaments, and that's about it. Make mods for the game and just have more fun with it that way. That enemy's from Paper Mario Thousand Year Door. I'm just gonna put that out there. If you played Paper Mario Thousand Year Door, you made it to Chapter 8, you went to the moon, you should probably have an idea of what I'm talking about.
Packlight?
A Packlight?
Nah, bro. Get that out of here.
Yeah.
Give him a Carbuncle next, please.
A Packlight?
Dude, Knuckles went out of his way for that minigame.
Yeah.
He wanted the quest.
Yeah, he's gonna get the quest. So what a Packlight does is it's an item that blocks all 4 players. That means the person also using the item from being able to access the Precious Stone for 3 turns. So it's strictly just an item for stalling and nothing more. Hot potato game, let's go!
Oh, I pressed too early there.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Let's go! Sonic and Tails winning once again. The GOAT duo. Let's go!
Perfect.
It's kind of close. It's kind of close.
Easy.
Let's go, Sonic and Tails! The strongest duo. The absolute best. Sonic and Tails.
And there's the star.
Yeah, there goes the quest. So Knuckles is kind of in a dangerous position right now.
That was a funny
Whoa!
camera transition.
That was a wild camera transition. And it's right next to... Oh, what in the world? Oh, that's nuts. Yeah, Knuckles might be in a really annoying spot.
He's not gonna get to the stone before me or Tails, though.
Yeah. Got the critical. Surely after all this time of Tails helping you out in all the boards, he's not going to use the pack line to make things worse for you. Oh, a Turtle Speedy World.
Another medium.
Oh, dang, dude. I'm not even going to lie. This game looks really annoying. this particular game you're having on Fourth Dimension Space looks like it can get really annoying really fast. 2 mediums and a pack light in play right now. And then Tails is going into another battle. Can he even win?
Sure he can.
That's a fair amount of cards.
I mean, I've got 2 1s and an Eggman, so like 90% of the other cards are safe.
Alright, that makes sense.
Curse Opal.
No. No. Come on.
These guys are farming battles.
And the item RNG is incredibly good right
Camera angles on this map are so goofy. Because again, it's on the inside of a sphere. They gotta be goofy. Well, there goes another 1. That means there's only 1 that's not in my hand.
A little late there for the quest, my friend. Just a little.
I should have let Tails go for this. That didn't look very soft, Sonic.
Not soft at all. What?
5 alive. Alright, I'll
That's
take that.
pretty. Yeah, no, that's pretty useful. A 5 alive makes this at the 5 spaces for 5 turns, and they can't do anything else but move those 5 spaces. Well, if
I
you
am
like-
4 spaces away from the stone, so it's not that good for me. But it could be good to move when there's really bad cards out, which is what there's about to be.
Alright, so Knuckles gets the quest emblem. And he's 3 spaces away. Alrighty then.
Tails is also 3 spaces away, and there's no 3s left.
There's also no Eggman's left.
And swap jewels.
Oh my god! Honestly, no, this is probably gonna be like the most ridiculous board out of all 5.
I'm gonna swap with Amy.
Really?
It's gonna make me
come?
lose half my rings probably.
Yeah,
But
how
Amy's
come?
in a much better spot for other stones.
My man, Scotto, he's the world record holder. If he says if he was gonna do something, it's gotta be a good idea.
Tails is gonna lose. And Knuckles is not going to be able to get to the stone next turn. Nor is Amy, so I think Tails is going to end up getting it in the end.
As he should, because he deserves everything. Because that's my boy.
Unless he's left with no 2s. Well, I better use my 1 so that he has 2 2s to work with.
Look at Sonic helping out Tails. This is what I love.
Oh wait,
to see.
he's 3 spaces away.
Oh, you messed him
So
up.
Knuckles is gonna get it. Because Knuckles is 2 away. Man.
I guess as Sonic would like to say, good going, Knucklehead. Eh? 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 Oh, and the burn.
Alright, so I just looked at the map. If the stone spawns at the very bottom of the map, where the light is, I'm exactly 15 away.
Mm-hmm.
which means I can go 5-5 spin dash and land right on it.
You could also use the 5 alive.
That would take 3 turns, though.
That's one detail I like about this game. When you lose rings from the 16 tons in 4th dimension space, the rings float away, whereas everywhere else they fall to the ground. So they actually took gravity into consideration. Really small detail, but it just goes to show that this truly is a Sonic Team game.
I also looked at the map, and I am 5 spaces away from the other location it might be at.
Guess we'll find out in a minute, right?
Yeah. And if it's at the spot I'm 5 away from, I'm going to use the 5 alive for that. Battle Ruby.
Oh no, oh my god, that's such a... All of her
She
items,
doesn't
her whole
want.
inventory. Her whole inventory is just a mess of obnoxious
it.
items. Please throw away something.
Medium. She got rid of one of her mediums.
But she still has another.
So it says I'm 14, but there's actually a roundabout way that I can get there. If I go down instead of going left, it will take 1 more space to get there, and then my spin dash will land perfectly.
You know, 5 alive sounds like such a good item on paper, but I think what really makes 5 alive like go from like a good item to a not so good item is the fact that it lasts for 5 turns.
Yeah, there's very rarely a situation where there's going to be bad cards for 5 turns in a row.
Yeah.
Like, the only time I'd use it is if everyone else is spamming Eggman 12s.
So, Sonic Shuffle doesn't have a route per se, simply because there's just so much variability. That being said, a lot of how you go about going through the boards falls into like not a it falls into like a general direction, I guess you could say. So like if you're trying to speedrun this game, even casually, there's always going to be a sort of way. Nice. There's always going to be there's always going to be a sort of way that you're generally going to go every single time you play the game as a speedrun. And it's also character specific. So like Sonic will generally take this route based on what happens on these boards, and Knuckles will take that route based on what happens on these boards. I guess like the only 2 boards where you can say that there's always like one specific route that you're going to take with the character is with Riot Train and Firebird, because the Precious Stone spawn locations are preset on those. But for Emerald Coast, for Nature Zone, and 4th Dimension Space, only the first and last Precious Stone are preset. Everything else is semi-random, so you just kind of have to figure it out as you go. But again, there's like a general route that you go. Not a specific one, but a general one that you take based on the character that you're playing as.
Yeah, and the exact details depend a lot on various random elements. For example, on Riot Train, normally I would want to go back to the first car to get the 3rd stone, but there were 2 reasons that I didn't end up doing that. And that's because I had terrible cards when I needed good cards to do that, and also Amy was closer anyway. So overall, it was just better for me to prepare for the 4th stone instead of the 3rd.
I guess if you really wanted to summarize it, is speedrunning Sonic Shuffle is speedrunning a game where you need a laundry list of contingency plans in order to help keep pace so that you don't kill your run. Because even though like the estimate that he had pretty generous, because the world record is like 3:15, and he gave a 4-hour estimate, but the only reason why we're so close to the estimate in the first place is because we had like 2 chunks throughout this run where a lot of non-standard stuff happened, like at the end of Riot Train, where instead of finishing the game, the computer decided to move away from the final stone instead of completing it despite the boss only having 1 HP left.
And then there was also Amy picking the Eggman card in 2 out of the 4 times she battled it.
That being said, if you're interested in even casually speedrunning the game, I think it's really worth it because, well, for one, you get to see the level of, like, not like technicality, but the depth of knowledge you need in order to even have like one remotely good run in this game. It's really a huge thing to try to speedrun this game in a single sitting though. Hey there, Hib! Let's go! You stupid Brit, you late, man. We're about to finish.
We're almost done. You missed the party.
Yeah, man, you missed all the funny stuff.
Yay, Amy got rid of the other medium.
Oh my god. For a Shuffire?
No, not for a Shuffire. She kept a high speed rolled.
Okay.
Alright, time to use 5 Alive.
There is a Discord for speedrunning, and then there's a Guilded server for playing the game online. I'm the guy who runs the online netplay server, and Hib is the guy that runs the speedrunning server.
What evil invention should I use this time?
Number 9. That's another monster. That is behind
a camera
them.
angle.
That's
That is
behind
a camera
them.
angle.
That monster is a non-threat.
Oh, you love to see it. Out of the way. Out of sight, out of mind, as they like to say.
So now that all the cards are really bad, my 5 Alive is going to let me catch up a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And here's our first accident of 4th dimension space.
And the cool thing about you using the 5 Alive is that it stops you from using cards, which means they get stuck with the bad cards for even longer. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to post links, so I'll wait until I get permission to do so. It's not on Discord, it's on Guilded, so if that's an issue, I just wanted to give you a heads up. Alright. I will do that. Thank you very much for permission.
As you can see, the computers are really bad at this game.
For some reason, I don't know why. It's not even like it's a hard minigame. Yeah, finally a minigame, which is bad for him because all the minigames in Sonic Shuffle, for the most part, are intentionally triggered. You can only get minigames if you land on an event space or you trigger an accident, but accidents happen at random, and it's a pretty low % chance after any player's turn. So for speedrunning, you actually go out of your way to avoid minigames when possible.
Alright, check out this paycheck I'm gonna get. It's gonna be huge. 38 plus 20.
Oh yeah. Yeah, dude, you got the ring emblem in the bag. I like how Hypnotics pinned the Guilded link, but he's like not even there. Absolute traitor. And the S card. Alright, what is he cooking?
Minigame. Of course.
Straight into accident into minigame combo. Beautiful.
Eggbots attack. Again, I'm gonna let Tails do his thing and try to finish the game faster.
3, 2, 1, go!
There's a surprising amount of minigames about being stepped on in this game. That's all I'm gonna say.
Let's go.
Oh man, that was pretty
He
good.
just didn't even go for Knuckles there.
Come on, come on.
He's gonna get stunned? No.
No,
It
he
was the
missed.
spike ball instead of the guardrail.
Yeah.
Oh, come on, Tails.
Come
man.
on,
Okay.
Tails.
5
There we go.
seconds saved.
It's faster than last time.
Yeah. Gotta get Tails up to second place, you know? Okay, I think everything is lined up perfectly with the 5 alive. I've looked at the map. I'm not gonna go for this stone. I'm gonna go for the final stone.
Thinking ahead.
Because Tails is gonna get this one, because the
How
cards
many
are gonna
event
reset soon.
spaces have we landed on since the last?
I want to
since the
say
last-
that was number 8, but it could be
So we have-
9.
Ah.
I guess we'll find out, because Knuckles is getting one now.
Yeah, another mini game. Oh man, we got 11 minutes left, and we still got to do the final boss. Over the bridge. This is a new mini game. Ah, you love to see it.
This is definitely one of the harder minigames for humans. Because you have to deal with the wind and
So
all the
the way
little
that
holes on
this
the bridge.
this mini game works is you have to rush. You're racing towards the end, right? But you have to avoid the spaces on the board because landing on those spaces will make your character trip. Now, the difficulty comes from the fact that occasionally a strong gust will blow, and that will push you when you're in the air, and it can make you fall off. If you fall off, you lose rings. Now, the reason why this game can be so tricky is that the longer you're in air, the more you're affected by the strong gusts of wind. So you want to jump for as little as possible in order to not be affected by the wind, and also the longer you're on the ground, the faster you go, and that's how you get ahead of everyone. So you have
And
to
that was an
balance air.
extremely close run. Everyone
Mhm.
got second.
You're supposed to balance ground time and air time while collecting rings, and then try to make sure that you're first to the end so that you can get the item.
Let's go, Amy, not triggering an event.
Willard, come on, man.
Yes, that is 5 away from the final stone location. Perfect.
Please don't tell me that Sonic Shuffle will be the only game that went over it. Good morning.
Surely we
Hug.
don't go over estimate.
Surely we don't go over estimate.
Like,
Oh,
Amy's
when
gonna
you
get
got-
the stone next turn, because she's gonna get a new hand. She's 5 away. And then it's gonna be my turn, and I'm gonna get the last stone, because I'll have a 6 or an S in my hand, right?
Oh no.
Anyways,
fit it-
shoddy work again. We got this shape, which is really big and really difficult. So I think the computers are gonna struggle a bit. Sit that in the middle.
So, for those who were not here for the last time we played Shoddy Work, the way that it works is you don't actually have to fill in the space. You have to get as much of the dotted line on touching blocks. So, what he's just simply trying to do is just make it so that the blocks are touching as much of the dotted line as possible in order to get more points.
That's not gonna fit Amy. Do better. Oh well, I think we win. Actually, we might not win.
Yeah, I think you lost actually.
Yeah, they got a perfect setup.
Yeah.
Hard to beat that.
Yeah, and it's what's especially crazy about the AI getting such is that they almost never get anything that perfect.
Knuckles going for the Giazbane. Who knows how you're supposed to pronounce it? Hopefully he doesn't land on me.
Time to
Surely the
re-roll.
5 Alive cancels it.
Oh, is it still active?
That was just the 4th or the 3rd turn of the 5 Alive. That was the 4th turn, so there should still be one more turn, it just depends if the Giasbane overwrites it. Which, if we're being honest, it probably does.
Oh, we're about to find out. Get to learn more new stuff about this game.
I got 2 6s and an S in my hand. So if the 5 Alive wins, then the game's over. And if the 5 Alive doesn't win, then we're in for a longer game.
Yeah, we're gonna. If the 5 Alive loses, then we're definitely gonna be over estimate. Listen, man, I'm gonna let you know right now. If you go over estimate and they're like, "Yeah, we're not bringing something here," I'm coming for you. I'm gonna track you down. I'm gonna find your IP. I'm gonna steal your Dreamcast. No more Sonic Shuffle.
I'm
I'm
gonna be
actually
honest,
leaning-
I'm a doubter right now. I think the
Yeah,
5
no,
Alive loses.
Yeah, I am like 100% believing the 5 is gonna lose.
Yep.
Yep.
It's black hole time.
Oh my god. And this is the final gimmick of 4th dimension space. If you land on any of the spaces on the outside of the black hole, you get sucked up and teleported out.
Oh
the
no,
other
Tails. No.
end. Just like that.
And the
Any-
computers are
any-
gonna do it endlessly. They have
Yep.
no free will.
Yeah.
They have no
You have to-
brains.
I don't even know why they put those spaces there. If they're just gonna be affected
Oh.
by the black hole.
Knuckles landing on the quest. He could get it next turn. Amy could also get it.
Well, Knuckles can't get it because he has the board quest envelope. You'd have
No,
to
he
win
could get the last
minigame.
stone, is what I mean.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's gonna have 3 envelopes. So you'd have to win the minigame or else you lose.
No, I have
to do the whole-
rings.
Right, that's what I'm saying. You have to win the minigame. Oh man, this is getting kind of close. I don't like this.
Knuckles is probably gonna steal an S and then steal an Eggman. No? Okay.
Dude, that would have been so funny. I'm not even gonna lie. But then, wait,
Dude,
wait,
I thought.
wait. Okay, so this is his second stone, right? Or was that the 3rd stone?
This is the 2nd stone, he has the quest.
So he
I
has
have
3
2
emblems
stones
right now.
and I have rings. So all I
Alright,
need
so-
is for Knuckles to not win the clear minigame.
There you go. That's the situation we're in. Alright, so now we have 3.5 minutes before we're over estimate. You think you can beat the final boss in that time?
I hope so. But these cutscenes are pretty long.
Oh yeah, the loading is gonna cut off 30 seconds easily. And this particular cutscene for the final boss is also a bit of a lengthy one. Yes,
Yeah.
guys, Sonic Shuffle does have a final boss. It is a very weird final boss. Everyone has to work together to jump on buttons and then let the enemy get hit by falling object. It's very weird, even with context as to what the hell is going on. Oh yeah, here comes that load time.
So now we load into the Void boss arena. And then we get the cutscene where the camera, you know, just goes back and forth between 2 different shots.
Okay, man, we got 2.5 minutes. Do not be the Sonic game that goes over to estimate. Please.
Okay, good start.
Okay, so you don't need to jump, you just need to be on top of it. Great.
Yeah. I'm
Was
gonna
it
go
the
somewhere
most-
else.
Was it the
Divide
most
and
buttons
conquer.
pressed or the most rings collected?
I do not know anymore, but what I know is that Knuckles hasn't done much of either.
You were saying? Oh, Tails! Tails coming in clutch. That's my ball. Let's go. Uh-oh. Oh, you let him get it. You were such a casual.
Those are not good
Alright.
spots, but Tails has it.
Let's go, Tails!
Void
Saving
jump.
the day.
Void jump, that's a problem.
Oh, that's lame. Wasted. Oh my god, this camera angle is awful. For all the things back there. Oh no, my boy Tails!
Amy's
Tails.
got that one.
This is the final boss, yeah. Oh yeah, pick up Knuckles, let's go! Scotto's gonna clutch it out. Scotto's gonna clutch it out. We're almost over. We're almost done. You got 1 minute and 10 seconds left.
We got 2 more hits to do. Amy might get that one. No.
Oh, no one got it. Uh-oh.
Amy gets that one.
Okay, I think we're done. Alright. When is time?
Time is as soon as this cutscene starts. So, time.
Let's go! About 30 seconds left.
But technically, we don't know if I've won yet.
Oh yeah, you're right.
We need to see the cutscene. I talked about
We
this
gotta
at the
s-
beginning.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. You gotta see the actual cutscene.
So what we're looking for is a cutscene of Lumina on the ground.
Alright, you got like what, 10 seconds left? The loading's gonna kill the 10 seconds.
There it is.
Oh, with 3 seconds left, the cutscene starts.
GG. That's
Oh my
Sonic
God.
Shuffle in 4 hours.
In 5 boards in 4 hours.
And fun fact, that's still fast enough to beat second place.
Imaginary world is finished.
Oh, that was
People who
funny.
once dreamed about this world have forgotten about it.
Alright, that's our first Dreamcast run of the night. Hope you all are ready to see Witherman play an actually fast Sonic game up next.
Listen, the only reason why this wasn't fast is because you kept messing around. It's just that simple. This game can be fast.
Yeah, that's pretty true.
The game still was very fast. The run was super impressive.
Knuckles in like the first 3 boards just kept getting minigames and wasting so much time.
You got so trolled. Knuckles did not want to play the game.
But that's why we had my boy Tails supporting Sonic every single board. The whole 4 hours, the whole marathon, Tails is right there just helping Sonic. Scott would not have beaten this estimate without Tails helping him out along the way.
That is also true.
Oh, that was tons of fun. I hope y'all enjoyed what you saw. I hope y'all had fun. It was definitely a fantastic way to start the Dreamcast era of Sonic games, and I can't wait to see what Witherman's gonna do with Sonic Adventure.
Yeah,
Thank you all
that'll
for
be a fun
having me.
run.
Make sure to join the Gilded server for net play of this game, which is way more fun than speedruns. And also, check out my Twitch channel if you want to see me play other games from my childhood that I happen to speedrun. Usually not this one, because this one takes...